Yeah, whatever. Whew. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh my goodness. Uh, I'm gonna tell you one thing I've really noticed, man. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Shadow of a doubt. Think about this. And I really wanted to start this because of the fact that one, it was inspired by Green Gorilla on one of his epic rants. Especially how the Confederacy, when they lost, it was the women who put up their statues of a losing army. Who does that? People literally put up statues of a losing opposing army. I want you to take that shit in context, my dude. Take that shit in context. What's up, Art a bit more engaged? Think about it. I had a few months ago a black female tell me live and in living color that black women worship black men. Okay, where are the statues? Where are the statues? Where are the buildings dedicated to these black men? Where are the memorials? This is where I get in conflict with people like Amiri and others. But you know, these black men need to step it up. There's no amount of money that's going to make a black woman respect you. There's no amount of money, there's no amount of sacrifice that are going to make these chicks respect you. Think about this. What's up, F Holiday? What's up, Snowman? Think about this. What's the legacy for someone like the Buffalo Soldiers? Are they praised in our community? How many ladies actually built statues for these men? See, your mission, black man, is to just work hard enough and die. You don't even respect. You don't even respect the saints and the heroes of our society. When do you hear white women, even the liberal ones, talk shit about George Washington? Where do you hear that? Where do you hear of men who have fought their ways out of slavery? Men who held great positions of power during Reconstruction. When are they remembered? When are they upheld? You don't even make it compulsory for children to learn about them in school. But once again, I'm the guy that gets told we worship black men. No, you don't. And it's literally so plain to see. Literally. It's not only shameful, but it should be classified as criminal. Where are the monuments to the Harlem Hellfighters? I really question that if they made a movie about the Buffalo Soldiers, would black women even show up to go? Would they take their children? Especially if it's something that is actually historically true. Think about this. The legacy of black men is so disrespected that you won't even allow the man to be near his kids in many situations. Or you pick fathers who have a history of being a bum, history of being absentee. I keep wondering, right? All these women are living their best lives, but never holding down the best man. Fundamentally, right? Fundamentally. Shout out to F Holiday for the cash app. Fundamentally, we see an absence of not only fatherhood, but any black male of any precedence, esteem, is even talked about these days. You'll give up a fallacy of black girls being magical. What do you say to your boys? Are they as magical? Or those are just the worker drones and the pit bulls you raise? Only single mothers raise simps or weak ass men. Think about this. I want you to look at your own family. Does your family even talk highly about your father, your grandfather, your great grandfather? Are there any pictures around? I bet you nine times out of 10, the biggest picture is of grandma. I want you to look at the legacy of black men. You can't take control of your children. Your woman despises you pretty much because of how much she hates herself. But these are the same exact men that actually died, killed, and fought for freedom. I want you to think about that. The same goddamn men, the same men. who died and fought for freedom, right? Gets no respect. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm back, folks. I want you to think about this. The men who fought the South, because General Lee was kicking the North's ass. I mean, foot all in toe, their ass. It wasn't until black men joined that war. It wasn't until black men joined that goddamn war that we actually got some respect, some freedom, and some decency. You're right. 180,000 troops. Where's the statues being held for those Civil War veterans? Where's the undying love and respect from not even just our women, but America in whole for keeping the Union together? And what happened after that? You sold us out, United States. White women didn't even want black men who fought in one of the bloodiest wars on earth to get the right to vote before them. But you, my friend, you were never held up in esteem. Think about this. World War II, they sent black people to the worst concentration camps to liberate the Jews who were captured. You think they came back to a hero's welcome? Which they should. Think about this. How are you the man everywhere else in the world but your own country of origin? How is that even possible? Even Muhammad Ali, when he won the Olympic gold medal, I think back in 60, and he tried to sit at a counter. This is a golden boy of America, won the gold for old US of A. Couldn't even sit at a goddamn counter. And I've won the gold for you. Here it is. The hypocrisy of the death of Dr. Charles Drew. What he died from, his invention would have saved his life. But because he went to a white hospital, They refuse to even work on them. Shall I carry on? Oh, yeah, let's not talk about the World War II veterans who were discriminated against heavily. Some even denied it took 30 years for them to get their VA housing loans. And there were some who were even lynched in uniform. How about that? How about that? I think it's ultimately disgusting. I think it's ultimately ridiculous. But then, when the women of your society concurs with the thought that black men ain't any good, there's no redeeming qualities or anything about them, makes you think, why must we be so criminally disrespected? The fundamental problem is this: the only people helping black boys, even to this day, is another black man who made it. And for the next 2 minutes, I'm talking to you, Mary. You said I'm the guy who would stick my nose in the air and look down upon black boys. No, nigga, that's you. That's a whole history of what you do. You're the type of guy who wants to browbeat black men into listening to a bunch of bitches who don't give a flying fuck about him, i.e., his mother, i.e., his grandmother, i.e., his sister, i.e., his female cousins, his aunts, his girlfriends, and his wife. See, in the black community, nobody wants you to lead, but they sure as hell want you to take the blame for it. You got to be the fall guy, the patsy. You don't know about the Buffalo Soldiers? You really don't know about the Buffalo Soldiers? Here's the craziness of it all. Y'all worried about if black men vote for Stacey Abrams, but you can't respect what black men need to survive. Y'all can't respect and say, hey, black man, what do you want? What can I do for you? And I'm going to say this openly. I hope she does lose. You think black people are going to be better off with her? Hell no. Yes, the Harlem Hellfighters. Where's their movie? Where are their statues? I'm going to say something that I totally in agreement with Green Gorilla. How many statues of black heroes do you see on a HBCU campus? A historically black, a historically black college or university. How many statues do you see on those fucking universities? There should be a hall of fame of statues on these universities. How much do we teach our kids about Benjamin O. Davis? Y'all really, and see, this is the crazy part, right? And I'm going to really jump into black women's ass for a second. And a little bit of black men. You don't even talk about our military history in this country, especially to the boys who need masculine heroes. I didn't see that video. What's up, Terrain? I want you to paint a picture of this shit. Because apparently in the black community, according to BGS, which I'm starting to believe, a lot of young black men don't even know their fucking grandfathers. Don't even know the legacy of their great grandfather. I can literally go back 4 or 5 generations. Hell, I could tell you about the first person who was actually emancipated in my bloodline. And his last name was Outlaw, which is kind of ironic, me being a lawman. You don't respect black masculine legacy. You let it fall by the wayside. You defecate all over the names. But you give me a goddamn Sojourner Truth. Serene said he was a black man who saved 2 cops during 9/11. And when the movie World Trade Center came out a few years later, he was depicted by a white actor, and that actor was Tom Cruise's cousin. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? See, this is the reason why history matters. Because they will put their faces on your body. That is some get out shit if I ever heard some in real life. What do you think that would do for black boys if they saw a guy this heroic? Like, share, subscribe, donate, please. Because y'all getting a lesson today. Even when I let people up, y'all getting a fucking lesson today. This is the reason why I keep harping on people like a Tareen, like a Torian Rain, Reloaded, who has a degree in journalism, I do believe. If you allowed Hollywood to tell you the truth, you will believe the women of the Dahomey Amazons were actually heroes. You will believe this man, this brave black man, was a white man. But you know what's fundamentally wrong? Is this. Y'all don't believe that black men should have a legacy. You cover up our heroes. You wonder why we're not respected? Because we allow people to disrespect us. I need somebody to put this in the chat. I need somebody to be the scribe of the day. Matter of fact, I should see a bunch of people writing this shit down anyway. Be careful of what you tolerate because you're teaching people how to treat you. Be careful of what you tolerate because you're teaching people how to treat you. There is no fucking way that guy who's the actor should be a white guy portraying a real life hero. You might as well make the Buffalo Soldiers white. Oh man, the Tuskegee Airmen were all Hispanic. Guess what? The Harlem Hellfighters were a bunch of Asian dudes. But it's okay to talk about transgenderism. It's okay to talk about transgenderism to a bunch of 5-year-olds. And you already have an issue of finding enough protectors for your country, by the way. Last time I checked, I'm gonna be a little controversial. Not too many gay people ever protected the country, a state, or a city. Sorry, not too many. Yes, we do have people of the Ligibits community who were in the military and successfully had a great career, but they were the extremely substantially small minority. And I want you to realize this because those other channels, like it or Mary, he's going to go in his way to look to shit on black men. You know, idiots like him who's going to compare the Black Manosphere to Leave Malvo and John Allen Muhammad, a bunch of social and psychopaths, instead of actually teaching some historical truths. See, one of the most disturbing things I ever seen in my life was watching one of my favorite shows at the time, some years ago, called The Deadliest Warrior, where they would take all the research and all the armor, weapon, and gear and tech from different eras of, like the Green Berets versus the North Vietnamese, the Spartans versus the samurai, stuff like that. The most disturbing thing I've seen on that show was when they had the image and depicted Hannibal as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man from northern Africa. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man. I can't make this shit up. Shout out to the Snowman, and don't forget to donate to the Snowman for his not only his channel but his mission to get back to Carolina and get back on his feet. Woo! And if anybody knows a good lawyer and a good social worker, please email me so I can forward the information to the Snowman to help him get him on his feet and get the insurance and the food and all the care that he deserves. I'm gonna tell you something. What happened to that respect? Hollywood had a choice: remake Shaka Zulu or The Woman King, and guess which one was picked? Guess which one is picked? See, this is the problem with representation. Well, Ariel is a fictional character. You know what that tells people? You're so ashamed of being original that you want to be in the white girl spot. It's not about your representation, it's about you wanting to be accepted. Do I want Superman to be a black guy? No. Why not give me Icon? Why not give me Blue Marvel? Do you want a white T'Challa? A white Storm? No, you want a legacy that started with you. Think about this. Imagine showing a class of young black boys that original piece of Shaka Zulu and how he was confident and outsmarted those white missionaries coming over. Who's this? This is Christ. He's even higher than King George. Interesting. Tell me more about this Christ. He's called the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Shaka's the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. His birth was predicted. Shaka's birth was predicted. He was killed and he rose in 3 days. Shaka was killed and he came back in 3 days. He owns the land and the sky. Shaka owns the land and the sky. Why do I need to? Why do I need to talk to you? Bring forth this Jesus so we can talk king to king and God to God. Oh, they will never give you a heroic black man unless he has a checkered past. But y'all don't want to hear that shit though. Support, support, support. Y'all don't want to hear this shit. Because you know why? Fundamentally, it goes against what you're thinking. It goes against your programming. You can't see a black man in a position of power. You damn near refuse it. Think about it. Here's another tidbit I need y'all to write down. Namer said Shaka Zulu wasn't trying to hear that he was aware of the British religion. The Zulus had their own traditional religion and beliefs. I want y'all to write this down in the chat as well. And this is the real importance of every time, especially in European history, every time they wanted to go conquer a land, they send the missionaries in first, aka the handmaidens of war. Because if I could convince you of the image of God, I could control you. And this is what I want everybody to write down. When you and your enemy pray to the same God, only one of your prayers get answered. When you and your enemy pray to the same God, only one of your prayers get answered. And you wonder why there's an ideological issue in the black community. Hmm. Hmm. You wonder why there's an ideological issue with black men and black women in our community. You wonder why it was so easy for your women to turn on you. You know why? Because the image of their God was not black. Because the image of their God did not look like their men. I know that the original man was black, but I can't believe in a black God. Because fundamentally, I hate myself. Because fundamentally, I was taught since birth anything black was nasty, ugly, disgusting, sinful, not worthy of respect. But look at your legacy. Look at your legacy. I'll tell you, Terrain. I'm fundamentally, I'm a history buff, and I hate it when people fundamentally lie. It's a fundamental lie. It's it's no different than what I view it as a Tyler Perry esque move. That's what it is. It's Tyler Perry esque. Black women don't understand nor comprehend when somebody's making fun of them. The welfare king. Oh, not the woman king. Well, that was that whole fiasco from Boston trying to, play you to the left. It's a damn shame when you're committing fraud against the government and Malika Andrews called in to try to chastise Stephen A. Smith of what he said about the Boston's coach, but doesn't have any words about a Hall of Fame quarterback who has millions, has made millions, and still making money committing welfare fraud. Ultimately, I think there's something wrong with that. I think it's ultimately something, it's crazy. How do you steal millions in welfare? They said NFL Hall of Fame QB Brett Favre, child focused charity, reportedly gave more than $130,000 to the University of Southern Mississippi from 2018 to 2020. Wow. One person actually tweeted about this. Not only did Brett Favre redirect public welfare money to rebuild a volleyball court, he also redirected funds from his own charity for disadvantaged kids for a different volleyball facility where his kid played. I guess Brett Favre's daughter qualified as disadvantaged. The poison water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi is because of neglect, greed, and racism. Similar to when Governor Bryant schemed up with Brett Favre to steal millions of dollars. Oh my God. But yes, yeah, you're right, Namer. Screaming at Stephen A. Smith. And Stephen had to put her back in her place. Don't care about the man's legacy. Don't even care about don't even care about the fact that this man can probably buy and sell me 100 times over. Don't even care about that. Think about this, man. Going out of his way to just let her know, bitch, you don't know who the fuck you think you fucking with. Assalamu alaikum. Philip and walaikum salam. Think about it. I mean, a Udoka situation, they don't want to blame the female for her part because she's a married woman. She was forced. Yeah, right. It was consensual. It was consensual. But see, it goes back to legacy. You're quick to fuck up a black man's legacy. Why do you think Lamar Jackson doesn't get that much respect in the NFL? There are people praying for his downfall each and every time he steps out on the field. But if it was Tom Brady, Baker Mayfield, what's the dude from Cincinnati? It was any of them fools. And they doing putting up these numbers, he'd be the greatest thing of all time. But look at how they want to just dismantle a black man's legacy. Hmm. Hmm. And I'm gonna tell you, the next time you hear a black chick trying to mommy you, you check the shit out of her ass, and then you walk away. Yup, Joe Burrow. You check the shit out of her quickly, and you walk the fuck away. Why? Because after you get that person to give that respect back to you, you walk away because they're not worthy to be in your presence. The legacy of a black man is so easily defecated on. For what? For what? And how? Y'all worried about an extramarital affair more than a man who's been defrauding the government for millions. You literally disgust me. But then you don't want to fire him because he's too damn good of a coach. You think that's the first time a coach of a team was messing with somebody in the front office? Fuck out of here. Nobody wants to talk about this legacy issue. Nobody wants to talk about this issue we have with legacy. It was right. And I like to take a page out of the snowman. When we talk about black males issues, why doesn't everybody get on these issues in the manosphere? Why don't we support our content creators? Why don't you ever get your friends and family to listen to one of these content creators? Because a lot of us have hard truths to tell. I think it's very amazing how black women can come to the space and say the same exact thing, and they can have over 180,000 subscribers. I'm not knocking them, God bless them, but I just think it's funny that the women can come to the manosphere and bank up and cake up, but the men who's been here the longest can barely get 30, 40, 50 people to watch them. And shout out to my faithful ones, like F. Holiday, Namer, Philip D. Breton Jr., Snowman, Christopher Clippers, and others. AB Media, Serene, James Kill. Make sure I ain't missed nobody. Elongo, the Macho Man, Savage, Knights Palace, I Am Wolf. Think about this. And you're right. You're right, Dave. Teo. It's a damn shame that we allow the same people we have an issue with to outpace us with subscribers and viewership. Especially when we're telling you things that black men need to actually excel. A lot of brothers listen to sports. A lot of brothers listen to ESPN, and I'm really starting to think you should fucking really boycott ESPN from that feminist fucking bullshit they try to pull on Stephen A. Smith. And the only show you probably should watch is Stephen A. Smith's. But you got a guy like the Snowman who's been doing commentary and those sports like the back and statistics like the back of his goddamn hand, and has been a men's rights advocate for years. What about Terrain Rain when he gives you the news or news articles done from a red pill perspective, a black red pill perspective? Where's the support for that gentleman? Where's the support for a guy like BGS, Angry Man? See, and I'm glad you said that, and I appreciate that, Christopher Clippers. But constantly, when I tell people about law enforcement procedures, child abuse, I'm talking to you, Mary, and your cronies. You think I'm making this shit up? See, this is about the legacy of a black man. A black man who's put in sweat equity, who doesn't go off of theory, he also goes off of practice mostly. Theoretically, I should just tell people freeze, stop, cease and desist. But we all know that shit doesn't happen. We know it doesn't happen. But we want to be in this fantasy world. You know, Snowman, they don't want to talk about when black men are getting abused because automatically in their minds, you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be abused. You're supposed to be disrespected. Your feelings, your thoughts, your knowledge, your legacy does not fucking matter. You got experts in the field of journalism, law enforcement, philosophy, cultural studies, religion, pharmacology, biochemistry, truck driving, accounting. You get all these people, right, who come up on these panels waiting for ignorant ass people to debunk them. Not even appreciating these young men and women who speak on your behalf. But we are too happy and too satisfied to see each other actually succeed. I want you to think about that. I don't know what more to say. What's your legacy gonna be, black man? Are you still gonna be under the high heel boot of white feminism with some male white supremacy? I'm gonna open up the chat real quick. Give me a second. Come on the chat and come on up. Hey, Snowman.
Hey.
Hey, take over for a second for me.
You know, folks, I, I've talked about this on my channel. I've talked about it here, but I'll talk about it again. And it needs to be addressed. What happens when black men get abused in a relationship? Physically, emotionally, spiritually. That happened to me. That happened to me in 2015. Hell, it's happened to me well before that, to be perfectly honest.
Ouch.
Because one of the relationships where I got horribly abused was with my own mother after my dad died.
Aha.
When she tried to lay a line on me to make it sound like an insult, and I'll never forget it as I was going upstairs when she said, "You remind me so much of your father," and said it in a very derisive tone. Very derisive. And I've
Hello,
told y'all,
snowman.
hey, sick.
First
I
of
took
all, I know we're talking about something serious, but sometimes I gotta make you laugh. You know that, right?
Yes, I do.
All right. Well, I gotta introduce you to a friend of mine. He's a Rottweiler, supposedly, but judging by his accent,
Oh boy.
I gotta introduce you to Triumph, the insult comic dog. You know,
Oh, I know Triumph.
Triumph, why
I'm
don't you come
very
on up here?
familiar with Triumph.
Yes, yes, thank you so much. You know, thank you, Diggy. Thank you, Diggy. You're such a great Rottweiler sometimes, but first of all, thank you everyone for letting me be here. It's such a great time, such a great discussion for me to poop on.
I love it. I
But
love it.
anyway, yo, what happened? You didn't come to the show earlier.
I slept in today. I took the
Oh,
morning off. I was feeling very tired and
yeah.
I didn't want to chance it, so I rested today.
Yeah, you feeling it. You feeling it being 50, huh?
I'm feeling it, man.
I'm feeling 40 now. You know, I'm realizing I
I'm
need to change
feeling
up my
this.
sleep patterns and shit. Wow.
I'm in the process of changing my sleep pattern, so I sleep through the night and not through the day. But today
Yeah.
is just one of those times where I just rested and I needed it. But like I said, I've told the story of how I got abused in a relationship in 2015,
Hmm.
and I still to this day, to this day, I still have black women laughing at me, not believing me, basically saying that's just because you didn't take care of business. Well, what business am I supposed to take care of when I'm getting hit? What business am I
Remember
supposed to
what
get?
Bernie Mac said? Be yourself. If people don't like it,
Hmm.
you be yourself. Fuck them. And
And
with that
that's
being said, I'm going to tell you something I've learned. Something I learned.
yeah.
It was a question I remember by a certain MGTOW YouTuber who wants to ask yourself this question: how many women view you as a human being and actually see you as a human being? They acknowledge you and everything. And with that being said, that's just why I realized, why should I concern myself if people recognize my masculinity when they don't even acknowledge my humanity?
Yeah, it's
I
true.
mean, my mother,
It's
my
true.
mom, God bless her, and she and I haven't always had the best relationship, but it is what it is.
Right.
No, oh, no, it's kind of different. African moms being what they are, but fortunately, my father was always there to keep her in check, so she didn't have to bother. My grandmother, grandmas, when they look at you, they always look at you as a grandbaby and everything. But you know, and I have a special relationship with my grandma, but she's had
Hmm.
time has it had a difficult time trying to accept me as an adult. And she's pushing 90, so I gotta be like, all right, gotta let it slide, gotta let it slide.
Yep.
But I realize, a lot of people, don't see me as a human being. I mean, at the end of the day, especially in my culture, they're like, you still have a duty to accomplish. I said, I do. I'm just not going to do it like y'all did because I've seen how y'all did it the hard way.
Exactly.
I'm not going to do it like you. There's smarter ways to do this or better ways to do this. It doesn't mean I'm betraying my culture. It just I just understand we got to adapt and evolve.
Work smarter, not harder.
And sometimes you got to fight dirty. In some cases, you even got to fight naked.
Plenty of cases of that. But you mentioned something earlier
Mm-hmm.
about people just wanting to start shit just because.
Oh yeah.
That was me personally, what I went through, not just in my abusive relationship with the girl I dated, but like I said, with my mother. It just seemed like my mother flipped over a new leaf when dad died. It just seems like, and I'm going to preach here for a moment, and I know Charles is listening in the background, and I know he'll appreciate it. It just seems like when Pops died in 2007, it just seemed like my mother felt like all the chains were broken and she was set free, and she sure as hell acted like it. For the 15 years since then, she could be around my sister, and they'd be at each other's throats, and the next minute they're cackling like witches at a goddamn brew.
Oh boy.
And then I show up in the room, and they look at me like I committed a crime.
Ooh.
I'm like, fuck, I just came downstairs. I just got out of the shower, got dressed, and came downstairs because I'm headed off for the day. And I get this look. I get this look of, okay, so what are you gonna do for us? Bitch, who are you?
Snowman?
Yes, sir.
Look at it this way. And like I said, when I had the unfortunate mishap of perusing through social media the other day, like I mentioned.
Oh dear God. Oh dear God.
And it was a clip of Uncle Foot.
Oh no,
With
not
that dead
Uncle
look
Lori.
at a press conference.
Oh dear.
If you guys
Lord.
want to know who I'm talking about, if anybody in the chat wonder who the fuck am I talking about when I say Uncle Foot, Google Chicago's mayor.
And that's all you need to know.
Yep.
And there was this dead deer in the headlight, dead look in her eyes in this press conference in this YouTube short where she couldn't answer the question that a reporter asked her in this press conference. I hear her voice, but the voice does not match the face. That's all I can say about that.
And that's all that needs to be said about that. I told you all the story of how my sister tried to ruin my connection with the Chicago Bulls, wanting me to get her tickets to a Bulls game.
Wanted to give you the hookup, huh?
She said it was for Remington, my nephew. Bullshit. Because I could have easily made a request to the brass and say, look, I want to bring my nephew to the game. Can he sit in the booth? Can he sit in press row with me?
Mm-hmm.
Decided not to do it because if I had done that and my sister and my mother got wind of it, guess who's feeling the brunt of the action?
Yeah.
And guess whose connections also fucked up with the Chicago Bulls?
Yep.
So I took a precaution I took a precaution with my better judgment and said, I better not even try to get the hookup, because if I do, and the black women in my family find out about it, they're going to be all over my ass, wondering why they never got the hookup. Bitch, you never and I'm speaking to my sister, bitch, you never liked basketball in the first place.
What was that? What's going on what was her actual reason for going? I know that Remington was a smokescreen, but what was the real reason?
Because I had a connection.
What was she trying to get over there? What was at the court side? What was she looking for?
I don't want to say it.
Say it.
Don't say it.
Say it. Say it.
DNA.
Yep. Digging attention.
Mhm.
Digging attention. That's all she was looking for. That's all she wanted. And I wasn't about to be her personal supplier. Fuck that shit. I mean, I wanted to take my This is how Charles talked about a black man's legacy dismantled and disrespected. I wanted to take my nephew several times to a White Sox game. And my sister would never let me do it. I mean, my nephew came to me and asked me, look, when are we going to a baseball game? I told him soon at first, but then I thought about it. And I said, make sure your mother knows it's okay that I'm taking you to a Sox game. Well, he did as told. He went and told my sister. Never heard about it again.
How old is he?
Right now, he's 24.
So at the time, how old was he then?
He was 7.
Oh my God. Where's his father, if I may ask?
Not in the picture.
Okay.
You get the idea.
You can't save them all, but how's he doing right now, first of all, Remington? Do you still keep in touch with him?
Yeah. And even now, my sister's trying to keep a block over him and keep him from talking to me. Even now.
Yeah, black women have a tendency to do that when you're trying to breathe life into their sons.
I tried so hard to breathe life into Remington that every conversation I had with him was monitored. Guess who?
Okay, this is where those times where you need to introduce him to the concept of burner phones, you know.
I mean, hell, one time my mother, my sister, and my nephew all went to New Orleans via bus trip.
Oh shit.
I dropped my nephew off at the meeting place, and he gave me this pleading look in his eye of, don't make me do this, Uncle. Don't make me do this. I wish I could have.
You couldn't do anything.
God damn, there were so many times that he hung out with them and I wanted to save him from it, and I couldn't. Because the wrath would have come down more on me than him.
The wrath would have said, fuck it. I'll take the wrath. I'm not letting him go into some shit like this.
Yeah, I wish it were that easy.
I know.
I wish it were.
They ain't always that simple, unfortunately.
I know it's not that simple because there's always that chance that you would never ever see him again after that shit.
And that is what played in my head every time. Every time I wanted to, every time I wanted to rescue him from the bullshit, I knew I'd never see him again.
I just realized something. And I got to bring up a certain movie. A lot of y'all may not see the connection of it, but if anybody's ever read the book or the movie based on it called The General's Daughter, John Travolta. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
In that movie, he once asked James Woods' character, "What was she raped?" And he said, "Worse." And throughout that movie, he was trying to figure out what is worse than rape. And then that's when he uncovered everything. He said, "Now I understood." When we confronted, what's his name? I forgot the guy played Joe Campbell. The gentleman played Joe Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
I realized what's worse than rape. Betrayal. You betrayed your daughter's trust for your career. So I'm gonna have you court-martialed, sir, General. Now think about that. What I just said. Betrayal. That is the worst thing you can do to a child. Black boys. That is something that they've had to deal with their whole lives being.
And when I was living with my parents in 2003, Mom and Sis wanted me to help Remington with every goddamn thing. I mean, putting them on the bus for school, taking them off the bus, and I was there every single day. Meanwhile, my sister was going through a drug issue that she got yelled at about by my mother more than my father. And I stepped in and did what I helped out with Remington as much as I could. Did I get a thank you for it from either of the women in the household?
Of course not.
You know, the only person who told me thank you was Remington and my father. I mean, hell, one morning when I was working as an umpire, I had 2 big games scheduled that day. Think I got to either of them? Why?
Nope.
Why? Nope. Why? Because I was watching my nephew and I was told that his father and Remington's father and Remington's mother would be at the house by 10 o'clock so I can take off. You know, I never left the house that day. And I'm supposed to just take it and take it and take it and take it. To the point where in 2005, I got so sick of all the bullshit that was going on in that house that I took off. I forewent the rest of my broadcast schedule and I left. And it took me from then until very recently to really find my voice. You know, and like I said, my mother tried to use "you remind me so much of your father" as an insult.
Yeah, I think that's why my aunts don't like me now, because I remind them too much of my father. My father didn't take their shit.
Exactly.
My mother says that about me a lot. She jokingly says, "You are just like your father." I said,
Yeah, well, this
I wonder what.
I
Yeah, but I'm just a lot. Yeah, but I'm
Yeah,
just
but
like
I've
my
realized over
grandfather
the year,
too. So stop.
you know what I've
well,
realized over here? Everybody wants to be sweet like my mother, but I'm that mean motherfucker that my father was when you keep fucking around too much. I am
exactly.
that mean motherfucker.
I'm that
I
mother.
I could be
I'm the
mentally,
motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker that says, "Don't make me angry."
yeah.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
I try to be nice to people, but when you keep fucking with me, I could be mentally cruel. I will go mentally cruel.
I
Especially
mean,
now that I'm getting older, I'm out of fucks to give. Give. You want to keep fucking with me? Okay.
you know, I said the day I turned 50, and my wife said it with me, we are out of fucks to give. And then my wife and I had a conversation, and I want the chat to listen to me very, very carefully. My wife and I had a conversation about money, and 90% of the people expected it to go left. You know what my wife did? She looked me in the eye and said, "You know what? We are going to make money a fucking priority. I want you to chase your dream, get all the sponsors you can. I'm going to do the same thing, but we are going to build our empire and we are going to build our heaven."
Good answer. Oh, by the way,
I can,
Snowman,
yes,
check your Facebook. I just sent
I
you a
got
message.
it. I got
Good.
it.
You need a good laugh, but
But
yeah.
but
Now
when
nothing says greatness like when your woman has you back through thick and thin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she is the first one to tell me the truth about everything and not hold anything back and not hold a filter.
Well,
But
it's good to be
her,
unfiltered. Sometimes she needs to self-edit, but the time, I know she gotta
no,
be unfiltered, but
no, man. I mean, I accepted and I love Jody for who she is. It's like Charles said in an earlier live stream.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love Jody because she's white. I love Jody for who she is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I
My
mean,
my queen, my everything, my rock.
what I'm
Especially,
saying is,
yeah.
I've been in a couple of relationships, right? And yeah, they were kind of went left, I'll admit. But I learned that there was a time and a place for everything. There are times when you got to give them raw, straight, uncut, and there were times where you have to put it in the right context.
Yeah.
That's
She
what I'm
does
saying.
all of that.
All right, good
She
answer.
does all of that on a
That's
daily basis.
that is yeah.
She does all of that. AB and I had a conversation offline when I talked about this one night when I was just so distraught that and thinking about what happened early in my life that I just went the fuck off. Know what my wife did when she heard me crying in my office? Came behind me and gave me a hug and said it's going to be okay.
Oh yeah.
How many black women do that for their men? And I'm going all the way there. How many black women do that for their men? Huh?
I mean, here's an example. Who remembers Method Man and Mary J. Blige?
Yes.
You don't see that anymore.
You don't. You really don't.
Because I remember Method mentioned in his song that like how his girl would rub his back and tell him, "Baby, it's gonna be okay." And for him to tell her, "You my nigga," that meant a lot. I mean, the wording is wrong, maybe, but the intentions and the point he was trying to get across,
the intentions were pure,
and the point he was trying to make was getting across.
Mm-hmm. I mean, on a daily basis, Jody does that for me. On a minute by minute basis. There were. I can't explain it. I can't explain it at times how she knows, but she knows.
Yeah.
She just knows.
Yeah. You know, against my better judgment,
Uh-oh.
I was perusing through social media.
Yeah, that's against your better judgment, right?
Yeah, but then again, this is me we're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
I was cruising through social media trying to figure out who is this goofball that was yapping and screaming A. Smith, Negro Night. Oh, wait, hang on. I said it wrong. I'm going to say, screaming A. Smith, Negro Night.
Oh, God.
I saw this.
Chris Bass is on tomorrow. Good Lord.
I'm sure he's going to have a lot of things to say about what happened with Screaming A. Negro Night. But then again, I just hope nobody brings up Uncle Foot. Nobody needs to see Uncle Foot.
I don't want to see Uncle Foot.
Oh boy.
Here's a petition. I'm gonna put. You know what? I'm gonna move to Chicago and I'm gonna start a petition. Wait a minute.
Don't you do that?
No. The Jubilee Project. Thank you for. Is that what I think it is? The currency. Hang on. Let me check that currency. If that's what I think it is.
I don't want to see no parts of Uncle Foot.
No.
None of us do.
All right. I'm just gonna say. Hook her up with a baldy. That's all I'm gonna say. That widow's peak is not helping.
Charles, you back?
Hold on. Yeah, Jubilee Project. Thank you for the super chat and the super sticker. Hang on, let me figure out which currency that is. Is that what? I know. Okay, yes, I know where that is, which means I know where this motherfucker's at.
Well, if you guys could not only donate to Charles, but to myself and my family as well. My my Cash App's in the back chat, and I know I posted it several times, but we need your help more than anything else. So anybody that can help the Snow Strong Carolina initiative, that would be appreciated. Excuse me a minute.
What's good, AB?
Hey, yeah, I'm working on some artwork here. Gonna try to do a live stream later. I'll give you a hint. Would the Will Welfare Queen please stand up?
Uh-huh. Good afternoon, Rob Marsh. What's going on, brother?
Man, oh man, oh man. I love chatting with you. I want to say this. I love chatting with you, brothers. I love hanging out with you guys. And I just plain love you guys because you keep my spirits up, and I appreciate that. Let me get my little dog in here. Lucy, come. Come on, Lucy. It's a gorgeous day here in Southern Indiana, but I don't want to be in Southern Indiana anymore. I want to be back home in Carolina. I'm not a true native of North Carolina, but the time I spent there, it's where I want to be.
Yeah, it is. Hang on a second.
It's where I want to be. It's one of 3 or 4 states that Jody and I are looking at. Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, or Southern Colorado. And the 5th state we're looking at is New Mexico.
Albuquerque in particular?
Yeah, either Albuquerque or Las Cruces. That's where University of New Mexico is, and New Mexico State is. Come here, Lucy.
Lucy, I'm home.
I'm waiting on her to creep up the stairs.
I remember, we always, my younger brother would always use that Desi Arnaz reference all the time. Anytime he came home.
Yeah. Well, Lucy knows whenever I come in the house, because she would jump me like Dino.
Kareem, to answer your question, that's not South African, because the South African, it'd be Z-A-R. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant Z-A-R, as you would say, because, Jamaican, they're like British. But that's S-A-R, that's Saudi. So that's Saudi dollars. That's Saudi riyals. That's 20 riyals.
Good afternoon, Kareem. Good to talk to you.
Hello, Kareem. How you been, lovely? We miss you.
Keep on the subject at hand, which is the horrible and criminal disrespect of black men.
Let's go.
I want to talk about someone being horribly disrespected. I've been a play-by-play announcer for 25 years, plus 25 years. I still get ridiculed to this day, because of how I speak, because of my knowledge of sports, because I actually know what the fuck I'm doing.
Have you ever heard Shaq talk?
Yes, I have.
You can't have him do commentary. Doesn't sound right what you're doing. You ever see him try to do he might have to be color maybe. You can't do play-by-play. No. It's not gonna work like that.
I mean, I'm talking about. Here's a history lesson. The first play-by-play voice of the Tampa Bay Rays was a fellow named Paul Olden. Paul Olden also held down being the public address voice of the Super Bowl for 12 years.
And this is a black man.
Exactly. He is now the public address voice of Yankee Stadium, taking over from the late great Bob Shepard.
Hold on a second.
Oh no. Why did I say Yankee Stadium?
And now, hitting the bong, number 420. Was el jefe, el 420. Oh, I'm sorry, I said it like an Italian.
That's how we introduce Wise every morning.
I keep sounding Italian when I say that. Sorry. Then again, I
It's
come
all
from
right.
Italian colony.
It's all right.
I can't do poor.
But yeah, how about the fact that the current radio play-by-play voice of the Houston Astros, Mr. Robert Ford, is a black man.
I'm sorry,
wants
with
to
a name
talk?
like that. I'm sorry. When I hear Robert Ford, I can't help but think of Toronto. Sorry.
How about that? People don't want to talk about that.
Who's
I'll give you
the
give you a
who's the
third
play-by-play
voice.
for? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Give you a third voice. That's a very dear friend of mine, and also a cancer survivor, Mr. Dave Sims, television voice of the Seattle Mariners.
Oh wow!
Because when I came out of surgery, one of the first people to contact me online was Dave.
All right.
I mean, his next two words to me were fellow survivor.
Hey, it works.
So I got a reason to get back on my feet. And oh by the way, the first black man to call a Super Bowl on television is the only man to do it twice, Greg Gumbel.
Oh my!
Nobody wants to mention that kind of history.
Well, that tells you how much the black man's legacy is disregarded
and disrespected. I'll mention it again. First black man to call a Super Bowl on 2 occasions on television. The only man to do it twice, Greg Gumbel. The only black man to do it twice.
I'll give you one.
First black man to call a Super Bowl on radio. I just mentioned him, Dave Sims, for Westwood One.
I'll give you one, and this is in the military. Now, unfortunately, he's responsible for this, but he did redeem himself in a sense. That's Colin Powell. First 5-star general. Remember the chief of staffs and everything? Now, at least he walked away from his position in the Bush administration during the first term.
Yes.
But then he came back. And publicly endorsed Barack Obama in 2008.
That he did.
And he put his foot down at the smearing, at the smear campaign he was being subject to, and said he is not a Muslim just because his middle name is Hussein. His father and grandfather were Muslims, but he is a Christian. He was born in this country. This, that, and the third. He was black first.
Yep.
I wonder if he and Harry Belafonte ever, buried the hatchet though.
Don't know.
I wonder because Harry Belafonte, he had some very strong words to say about Colin Powell, both of them of Caribbean descent.
So did George Carlin. So did George Carlin in a routine of his. But people don't want to respect black men's legacy.
No, man.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's still there. It's just technical difficulties. Just give him a minute.
Okay.
AB, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you have like the same eye issue like Forrest Whitaker? Because I'm looking at your picture, man, and you got one eye. It's kind of like you got a droopy eyelid. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm legally blind.
You look half baked here from this angle.
I'm legally blind, dude.
Oh, right. Oh!
Can you guys hear me now?
My mistake. Yeah, we hear you good.
Okay, good.
My mistake, man. I didn't know you were legally blind.
Yeah, so when people make fun of eye issue, I'm just like, okay, whatever.
I didn't know because I didn't. I forgot
that's how you do it.
I was like, the way you just like the way you look and everything. I thought, oh, My bad.
I still get on camera. I don't care. I'm like, okay, you gonna make fun of my eye? Make fun of my eye.
No, I'm not disrespectful. It was like it kind of concerned me. I was like, what this? I just looked at it, like, I don't know what's going on here. Nothing. I didn't mean to disrespect.
Okay.
We good?
No, it's not. I don't think there's any disrespect there for that.
Yeah. I'm a little busy anyway. I'm working on something.
Hey,
later.
Okay.
my bad.
And
Yeah,
and nobody, when I mention, okay, you want disrespect of black men, the criminal disrespect of black men. How come Black History Month is celebrated more about women than men, and it's the shortest goddamn month of the year?
First of all, Frederick, it's from what I understand, Frederick Douglass's birthday is in February. That's why it was on that particular month. It's on that particular month.
But see,
Second.
Black history, especially with men, is made every goddamn month of every year.
Yep, pretty much.
Here's my thing.
It's made every month of every year.
Yeah.
And no one wants to, not many. Can I go there? Can I go there?
Yeah.
Let's go there. Don't let me
Black
stop you.
women don't want black women don't want to black women don't want to say aloud
That they black and they proud.
They don't want to say it aloud how black men are disrespected, because as Charles mentioned earlier, and it's so true, it ain't a part of their program.
Nope.
It is not a part of their program.
This is what an enslaved population
And an
like.
enslaved mentality.
Just because you were set free. I mean, you ever seen what was in that one movie? What was in that one movie? It was what's his face? Forgot his name. Hannibal Lecter, the Hannibal Lecter cat.
Mm-hmm.
The dude who played Hannibal Lecter. Anthony Hopkins. Him, Cuba Gordon Jr. They went to some kind of a zoo, right? Anthony Hopkins talked about the difference between, you saw this one gorilla, right? He opened the cage. Cuba Gordon Jr. freaked out. It's like, oh. And Hopkins looked at him and said, "You don't get it. Look at the animal. Look at the gorilla. I unlocked the cage, but he's not going to come out. They've been made docile.
Yeah.
They've been so used to incarceration, they don't know what to do."
I love the lesson that Charles dropped about the Buffalo Soldiers and the soldiers that have been criminally disrespected. Matter of fact, in a general statement, and I know Charles has said this a dozen times over, but it needs to be repeated, and it needs to be celebrated. How many times have black men been criminally disrespected? No matter what the platform, no matter what the situation, no matter what is going on, it just seems like every day. And AB, you live in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I know you've gone through it. The criminal disrespect is out of this world.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those of us that are disabled are horribly disrespected. It just seems like, I'm going to preach, it just seems like the government is just waiting for us to somehow, quote unquote, get well, get back to work, or die. Or die. So they can just write us off and say, hey, he was nothing but a nigga anyway, and be done with us. They want to act like, I'll use a Ghetto Boys line. I'll use a Scarface line. They just want to put us in a box and say, fuck them.
A friend of mine, his late uncle once said this. Of course, he was talking about another country's government, but he said, "The government, we're like condoms. They use us and they just throw us away."
Yep. And there is all kinds of truth to that statement.
Or a tissue.
or tissue.
Excuse me. I
And
know
you
some
don't,
people are using
and you don't
condoms.
know which one, and you don't know which one's worse, the tissue or the
The condom.
condoms.
Use condoms or use tissue, which is worse?
Yeah, and they both apply in this instance.
But then again, was it like I said it earlier in this, I said it earlier in the chat, when Charles asked, would you want to see a white version of Black Panther? I'd be like, there's no way you could have a white version of a White
Black
Panther.
Panther.
You can't have a white version of Black Panther. That would be a snow leopard, would make that motherfucker Asian.
Yep.
And if you try, and the only way you could make the Black Panther Latino is if you made it a jaguar.
And we don't mean Jacksonville either.
No, because they're the pattern ones. I mean, they're the ones that are yellow with rivets. I'm talking about the straight black ones, the melanated ones.
Yeah.
I mean, a panther is actually a leopard at the end of the day. That's what it is. It's an over-melanated. It's an over-melanated leopard.
How many times have Black men been forced to be silent about what they're going through and what's going on with them? And I insert that word in capital letters, forced.
Here's an example I can ask about that. Disrespect to Black men. Or Black boys for that matter. Dave Chappelle.
Yep.
For what it's worth, that's special. We asked, first of all, how old is 15 actually? When he talked about that bit, I realized what he was talking about, because you guys are upset about a 15-year-old girl who got peed on by R. Kelly, but a 15-year-old boy, you want to try him as an adult. I mean, I'm gonna give you an example. Anybody remember that white boy in Texas who got let off easy because his lawyer tried to say he had affluenza because he came from an affluent family?
Yeah, how many times has he been arrested since then?
Numerous. His mother was arrested for aiding and abetting an escaped felon because they fled to Mexico and shit. Now, on the flip side, if he were Black, at 16, they would have had no problem trying him as an adult. They would have, because, in certain states, at 16, 17, they would try an adult.
He would have had the book thrown at him and then some.
I could give you an example of somebody who got tried as a 16-year-old. If y'all remember the Central Park 5.
Yep.
The Central Park 5. Okay.
They didn't even do it.
They didn't even do it, yeah. What saved their asses? You know what feeling like cleared their names? Now I'm gonna tell you that a little bit, but first let's get to the gif of it. Kevin Richardson, Antron McCray were both 14. Ray Santana, Yusuf Salaam were both 15. Corey Wise, Yusuf Salaam's best friend, he was 16 technically. So while the other four, when they were convicted, they were sent to juvie. The prosecution under Linda Fairstein decided to have him tried as an adult because he was 16, and he ended up going to Rikers. But it was him who got them out. How? Because like in the series show, of course, they were over embellishing certain things, but he crossed paths with the actual rapist, Matias Reyes, who was 18 at the time of the rape. He came out and he confessed in 2002. He admitted to it and cleared their names. The only good thing about that for Matias Reyes is that, well, because of statute of limitation, they couldn't, convict him. And besides, he was already convicted for 4 other rapes he had committed in the park in that time frame.
I'm back, folks. Thanks for holding it down.
Thank you very much, Kareem. Thank you very much. $9.99.
Thank you.
It'd be more, I would have a stickler about that, since I say a full 10 would have been more than sufficient, but I'll let it slide this time.
And shout out to Jubilees Project. Woo!
That's 20 reals, Saudi.
It's kind of funny when you look at like I'm gonna read the law goes first. How many people were so outraged about R. Kelly they stopped listening to his music and still listen to Mary J? I mean, Mary J fucking underage young males for years. Okay,
I stopped listening to both.
Oh, she was on some Shaka Khan shit. Okay.
hold on.
Wait.
And
What?
hold on for a second. Zaire Bolden. Who are you again?
Zaire Bowens.
Oh yeah. Were you up here before?
Yeah, I. The thing is, the volume on my phone wouldn't work, so I kind of just left abruptly. My apologies that one time. But I'm on my Dell laptop computer that I do artwork on, so I'm using this opportunity to say thank you to you, Tareen, Sergi, Philip Scott, and everything for basically let's just say you made me feel meaning in life again. Let's just say that.
Bless your heart, man.
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And this was going through when I was going through some depression, and I didn't know who to turn to. My father wasn't in my life, and my mother didn't want me when I was a kid, and I just, didn't know what to do until I
Yeah.
found social media and I found you guys, and for some reason I connected with all of you, despite me not even knowing an ounce of what's going on. Something keeps on telling me to come back for some reason.
I guess this is the benefit of these spaces of these channels is
Mhm.
that you never know the struggles people go through, and there when you talk to a person who has depression, you gotta be very thoughtful. I mean, sometimes you gotta be blunt, but you gotta be thoughtful
Yep.
because you can push them to, self
You can push
infliction.
you can push them over the edge.
Yeah.
Oh
Something.
man.
This is coming from a man that has suffered from depression.
Oh, yeah.
So Z man, I totally get where you're coming from. Charles and I hooked up 7 years ago with our buddy Matt Granahan. And bless Charles's heart, he took it and ran with it. And Victor said it best. I'm going to say this to everyone on this panel and every black man in the chat. From the snowman's heart, I am proud of y'all for continuing to persevere.
Oh yeah.
I'm proud of y'all. And I mean that.
I am. Thank you. And to be honest, while watching you, I was mostly. I'm currently 17 now, but I used to be, 15 when I first discovered, the Philip Scott show. Then later on, when I turned 16, I discovered you and Sejahito and Tareen. And I just kind of watched in the background ever since then until now.
How old are
Well, I'm
you?
glad you found your voice.
How old are you now?
I'll be 18 this year in December, so I'm currently 17.
Okay.
We're glad you're finding your voice. We are very glad that you're finding your voice.
I try to tell my teachers about you, but they just passed it off as me being crazy for watching you and that y'all were a bad influence, even though I took advice from my uncle and he told me to watch something educational and something that's going to help you in life instead of watching reruns of SpongeBob and The Simpsons or South Park or something like that. So I took his advice for it.
I think it's funny because even though yes, I do use coarse language. But I'm very articulate and intellectual when I feel like it. I think
That
it's
he
weird.
is.
I think it's weird that anyone would take offense to anything I would say, especially if I'm saying it in the contents and confines of like one. I think every young black man needs to actually find a mentor that's close by that they can speak to. I think that every young man should try to get into physical fitness, martial arts, weightlifting, calisthenics, cardio. I think that every young man should also travel a little bit, be a travel man, actually be a little worldly, see how the world actually works and not what people tell you. Because in America, we have a very feminine mindset. If anything is done outside the feminine, guess what? We don't like it.
Here's my question to Mr. Bowens.
Yes, sir.
First of all, you're 17. You say you suffer from depression, correct? Have you gotten your diagnosis?
No, I just been. Well, Saturday I went to the homecoming dance with this one black girl in my school. There's hardly any black females in my school. I go to a public school.
Oh,
So
okay.
that kind of cheered me up a little bit, but yeah, still haven't told her yet how I felt, and kind of afraid of what she's gonna do. Is she gonna leave, or she gonna?
Let me give you a good advice. I mean, one, never be afraid to let a person know. You don't want to be hanging. You don't want to be hanging on eggshells. And two, you can't control another human being and what they're gonna do. The only
True.
person you can control is you. And as long I'm gonna say this, and I'm not being negative. I'm not saying she's going to be rejecting or not. I'm just saying rejection is part of life. You should never be afraid. You should never be afraid if someone doesn't value you for you. That's what goes on a lot in our communities as black people. We want to force people to like us. Nobody's forced to like you. Nobody's forced to hate you either. It's that individual's ideology and that individual's mindset. So all you have to do is keep being you and keep being interesting, and chips fall where they lay. Don't be in such a rush to be with anybody. I think that a lot of young black men need to develop who they are, because who you are, you got to live with that person for the next umpteen, 20, 50, 100 years.
Yep. So true on that statement.
So development of you should take priority overall. Because if you ever notice about men, especially black men, when the black men are doing well, everybody does well. When black women do well, black women do okay. I can't even say well, because here it is. They don't realize they're miserable until they're 50. They're past their childbearing years and they're lonely.
Sometimes they still don't realize it.
They still don't realize it, and it's think about
And they
it.
don't want to. And they don't want to realize it either.
Yeah.
That's the thing right here. Wait a minute, hold on, Charles. Charles, hold on. What you guys just said right there, that tells you something, first of all. When women are thinking like that, either they're not they lack self-awareness, or they are aware but are in constant denial of the reality.
Yeah.
And the one thing I think about you is that you're 17. Enjoy being 17. Those years don't come back.
Yep.
Go out there. If you need mental, encouragement, courage and help, don't be afraid to go to a professional. That is not my specialty. I can only give you so much advice, but don't be afraid to have a
Conversation.
A professional.
AB, you ain't shit for that. You a fool, man.
Yeah, blow me up for me. This is what I've been working on. I'm actually not finished with it yet, but specific graphic, but that's what I've been working on.
Raise your hand if you are a warfare queen.
Oh my God.
Wait.
I need that in my life.
AB.
I'm not done with it yet. I got to still play with the text a little bit, but that's what I've been working on while I'm about to put it on the live stream.
I need that.
At least it wasn't him with a phone. At least he didn't have a phone in his hand. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well. Oh, that's right, because it is based around a bunch of text messages. I forgot about that.
Well, you got to remember, man, If you see Richard Grayson in his phone, for some reason he likes to send Richard Grayson's pictures in his phone, if you know what I mean.
Or maybe he borrowed, maybe he probably borrowed Anthony Weiner's phone. Who knows?
Oh.
But yeah, for the
Last
for
name,
on the record, I'm not surprised this happened. But I'm at the point now. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just. I'm gonna use to say what I've always said about the Republican Party. They are full of shit when it comes to conservatism.
Mm-hmm.
They're completely full of shit when it comes to conservatism.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it proves. I was like, okay, but I wasn't necessarily surprised that somebody like him was doing something like that. Unfortunately, is it messed up? Yes.
Boy, I bet you if a black man had a nonprofit, they wouldn't support him if that motherfucker crossed the T's and dotted the I's. They would just nope, can't put this through.
You're talking to a guy that's developing one, and the black women have not come out.
What a surprise!
I'm thinking to myself, what if I start Black Lion Security, for profit, nonprofit for training for young black boys.
Ooh.
And it's funny. How many of these chicks gonna send their sons?
Nobody, baby.
Probably not.
Right. In answer to your question, Charles, right 3.
Exactly. And it's fundamental because think about this. This already rich white bastard, and I'm not being racist, but this motherfucking white guy, because black people we say the motherfucking part before we say the actual race, and everybody else says the race then the motherfucking.
I got you.
This motherfucking white guy, who's a Hall of Fame quarterback, who has a retirement from the NFL, who has millions saved up, has the fucking audacity, and I mean the utter audacity, to embezzle funds from a non-profit organization. And there's motherfuckers out there who could barely get any money for a fucking GoFundMe. Ain't that a bitch?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Charles being one, yours truly being another. I stopped pumping the GoFundMe because now I've gotten messages that people think I'm faking this.
What?
I actually had a black woman tell me this.
Wow.
Recently. You're talking about a guy, you're talking about a black man that was at Duke University Hospital and was told to his face, wife also, that the tumor I had at the time was fucking inoperable. Inoperable. And I'm supposed to just, now that I've had a chance to get the chemo out of my system and really think about it, think about how everything went down, I'm supposed to just take that shit?
No.
That's why I am desperately trying to get my family to the Triad area. That's why I'm desperately working on healing and getting stronger. And thank you, Charles, for the idea of the resistance bands. I got one, I'm getting a few more, and I'm really going to step everything up. But there's an opportunity for Jody and I, to be empty nesters and be done. But people don't want to support what I'm doing because, and I've had a black woman tell me this to my face recently, oh, you don't have cancer. Oh, you don't have cancer. You never had cancer in the first place. Stop lying to people. What? That's when I lifted up my shirt and showed her where I got operated on. Like I never had cancer, man. Take a look at this incision, you dumb bitch.
Oh, I don't have Dallas, so all I gotta do is lift my shirt up with the arm.
Mm-hmm.
I
Try the
mean,
needle injections. I gotta go through that every 3 days. I gotta
it
go through it
always
tomorrow.
goes back into a black man can never be. There's no injury a black man can suffer that anybody in the planet has to worry or be concerned about.
Yep.
You don't feel pain. You don't
We're
have
not
any
human.
conscious thought. The black will rub off and stick to other people and make them black too.
What?
Heard that one.
Like Agent Smith or something. Like a black man just sticks his hand in somebody's chest, and the black mist just spreads across their body or something, and they just form into a stock black.
I mean, they used to call that. There used to be a science called negritude.
Negro man.
There was.
There used to
I
be
learned about that in grade school.
Negro.
Negritude. And ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Pookie and the Bit of Truth. Always, he's the black manosphere of Lucifer.
Oh, that's what that means.
First of all, last time I checked, when I learned about Pan-Africanism in my senior year of high school, it was a Afro-French philosophy in which they were trying to institute and celebrate blackness, because they said black is beautiful. That's what negritude is supposed to mean. Negritude,
And somehow they took it and flipped it negative. Charles, I need a favor. If you would do a quick plug for me, because I got to step away for about 20 minutes. I'm going to try to get back on here, but if y'all could hit me with hit my Cash App with a donation so I can at least try to help my family, that would be appreciated. And Charles, I would really appreciate a plug from you or from anybody that's on the panel, so we can get some help. I mean that.
Did I just hear a doorbell ring?
Come on, man. Like, honestly, so she basically, you know what? And actually, I believe you, Snowman, because I've had situations where, not even beyond black chicks, where white chicks have been like, hey, how can you talk about whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop? Are you a victim of whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop? Such and so forth. And we ain't got to get too explicit, but it's the great one. It's like it's the one they like to bring up all the time. I literally had a situation where a white woman asked me, how do you know about that? How are you supposed to have a perspective on whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop? Because we were having a debate on it with a couple of chicks. How are you supposed to be a victim? And I was like, yeah. And then she didn't say shit.
Yeah.
For how long? For how long? So
that's what it's what I'm going through right now. I got declared disabled. While I'm telling my story, I got declared disabled, but not getting any disability benefits. Not a one.
I want to hit that bitch in the head with a baseball bat. Honestly.
No.
I said I wanted to.
Don't
do that. I know. But Pookie, how did you react? How did you respond when she said that to you?
No, I kept it cordial, but I was hot. I mean, in my head, I was hot. I wanted to hit her in the head with I wanted to hit her in the head. That was so disrespectful. I wanted to hit her in the head with a baseball bat.
What the hell happened now?
Oh, basically the situation was, I was having a discourse with some females, and you know how they be when they're talking about, grape and sexual assault situations and stuff like that. So, me being, with my specific circumstances and stuff like that, I thought I would parlay and partake into the conversation just for me to get segued into getting called out by a white chick who thought she was going to call out my so-called lack of a position and lack of a perspective to be talking about the subject, just to realize that I'm actually more qualified to talk about it than even she was. So that's just basically what just happened.
You don't need to give anybody violence. You need to give them pity. Because I'm going to tell you, here's a little secret all these so-called sexual assault experts don't want you to know. There's more sexual assaults happening in male prisons than outside the streets of the United States. But yet, notice, right, when a man gets sexually assaulted, especially by other men, it's a running gag.
Mm-hmm.
Even SpongeBob, a cartoon for little kids, even though SpongeBob technically was not supposed to be for little kids, but a
Mm-hmm.
cartoon
I
for
didn't know
little
that
kids.
part.
A cartoon. Oh, trust me, you look at SpongeBob; it's very adult. It's not as adult as Ren and Stimpy, but it's very adult.
Oh, you watched
Yeah.
that show too?
Yeah, Ren and Stimpy's like teenage to young adult from that
Yeah.
time.
I
But
mean, did you hear about the creator of the show though? How he wasn't all that good.
I mean, he was cool, but you talk about some raunchy, racy stuff they had on that show. And,
Yep.
and you look at it, even SpongeBob made a "Don't Drop the Soap" joke on Nickelodeon on SpongeBob cartoon. Think
Hey,
about
SpongeBob had a couple of jokes. SpongeBob
Yeah.
had beads. Shit, I think there was a 6ix9ine joke in there at some point. He
Mm.
went over kids' heads. SpongeBob had a lot of dirty jokes, murder jokes. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to think about it, right? When women tried to come for me about sexual assault, I said, "Does this include the bit in prison?" They shut the fuck up real quick.
No,
Real
what
quick.
they really want to say is that they probably deserve it.
Yeah, and, that,
That's
and,
what they
and
say in their
that's,
head.
and that's what fucks up, because guess what? If a chick is with 20 guys sitting on a couch and you see them guys looking at her like a fucking lion looks at a gazelle, and she's wearing a mini skirt and she's been drinking, I'm not condoning anybody get touched in their no places, but you do invite spirits in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I tell
Man,
Charles,
get
I
me
tell young
started.
girls all the time because I remember what I was doing. I was that age. Don't wear the shortest thing you can find. Get mad when a dude looks up your skirt.
Yeah. And
I'll do one
it's
better. I'll do one better.
In fact, I laughed at the older dudes because they were talking about how they used to use mirrors like we didn't need them.
Mhm.
And it was the truth. We didn't need them because, well,
I'm just like, look, you got to remember, man. I'm not saying that I'm the standard bearer for law enforcement, but in 15 years of law enforcement, I only had one founded, which means we found the evidence for sexual assault. Ever. Only one. And
wow.
a lot of these chicks who called us saying, "Oh, I was touched," but then you get them to a quiet room by themselves, and they'll tell you, "Okay, I was taking some drugs and I let the dude drive my car. You know, he gave me his jacket, and I'm just waiting to get my car. I don't want to report it. Just give me the Zap Pack." You know, you have
Wow.
you have a lot of chicks out there rapidly, you know, messing with patients and fucking them.
Wait, I for anyone here, and I got a question. Do any of you in the chat who's very good with drawing or art?
What do you need?
Like, I'm working on a picture right now and I'm trying to put in some attention to detail, like make it like cell shaded 3D kind of. And I'll send you one of my drawings. Do you have like IG or Facebook or something?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, what's your Instagram? I mean, oh wait,
B
you can.
Snow Multimedia for all my social media.
Wait, can you put in a chat? Cause I'm very bad at spelling.
Nope, no problem. I'm gonna do that now. And Charles, if you would post
That's what the
my
spell check is for. Go ahead.
if Charles, if you could post my
channel, I got you.
okay.
And hold on, can somebody catch me up on this? Hold on. Before I get into this Brett Favre situation, because I ain't even got to this, man. I'm still on the Emani Doka situation, whatever the fuck his name is. I still ain't even got past.
Well, let me step away because I'm gonna go get some lunch and then I'll come back. And Charles, if you could post my Cash App one more time and do a quick plug, I would appreciate it. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Yeah, I got you. And don't worry about the channel. It'll be on there in 2 seconds. Give me a second.
Thank you.
Yep. But yeah, what man? First of all, I'm gonna ask somebody if Bitter Truth or Naima can tell me what's going on with this Brett Favre situation because I haven't had time to research that.
He stole about $5 million from the welfare fund in Mississippi.
Why? He has like $100 million.
No. Let me finish because I can't explain that.
Okay.
Apparently, he wanted to help build a college stadium for his daughter's soccer team or something. Something real stupid.
Oh hell no, man! So he pulled government funds, charitable ties out of his nonprofit to fund his girl, who probably gonna end up getting some kind of STEM major. It's not like she gonna be some high level volleyball player or some shit. He's just doing this shit
for soccer.
For the soccer team, but basically to show off for his daughter, man. And I guess that just speaks to general white extravagance and stuff like that, and.
Here's the thing. What people fail to understand is that Brett Favre has always been a scumbag. He has always been a scumbag because when he came into the league, the first problem that he had was alcohol and addiction to painkillers, to which the NFL should have suspended him for that. All right, because they suspended Josh Gordon for pretty much the same thing. Except, marijuana wasn't involved, but they did put him in treatment. But Brett Favre should have been suspended just on the painkillers alone.
Is he worse than Ben Roethlisberger?
Is it worse than Ben Roethlisberger? Well, He didn't physically assault anyone, but he did sexually harass that Jen Sturger girl, the Jen Sturger woman. She was a reporter, an up and coming hotshot reporter. She had never met Brett Favre at all, and he started sending her dick pics.
Damn.
Trying to get up with her.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, yeah. And they tried to bury. I mean, it came out, but they were like, oh, well, she must have let him on or something like that. And she's like, I've never met this guy. I've never talked to him. I don't even know how he got my number.
Talking about Brett Favre?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's messing with one of the chicks on the volleyball team?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. This was back when he was playing football.
Oh,
yeah. Reporter. She was like a sideline reporter, an up and coming sideline reporter. She had never met Brett Favre at all, never had a conversation or anything. He somehow got her number and started sending her dick pics because he wanted to hit.
Yeah, well, one, I say somehow got her number. It wouldn't be that hard for a player that high up in the organization with all the people he knows for him to get her number. It would not.
Right. But it's like, okay, number one, who gave you my number? Because that's a violation.
Ask your friend.
Huh?
I tell her, go ask your friends, your coworkers.
It wasn't one of her. It couldn't be one of her friends. It had to be somebody that worked in media.
Mm-hmm.
It had to be a coworker. A coworker, whether she knew the coworker or not, but some coworker had to have passed on that number. Okay, he had no idea who her friends and friends were outside of the job, so he went through an association. Right, so you got that right there. He sent her the dick pics. She complained. The NFL talked about it for a couple of weeks, and then they talked about it for a week and a half before it just went away. But meanwhile, this girl's career was ruined. Okay, so now she's forever known as the Brett Favre girl. All right, she had an up and coming career, and it got sidelined, it got ruined because of what he did to her. All right, so we already knew Brett Favre was a piece of shit. The whole situation with the Packers, the Packers were trying to move on from him. Aaron Rodgers wasn't supposed to sit for 4 years. He was only supposed to sit for about 1 or 2. But Brett Favre held them hostage. He held them on too long. till they finally said fuck it and got rid of him. Because it was at that point it came down to either him or Aaron Rodgers.
Hell no, they was not gonna pass Aaron. They already passed Aaron Rodgers once. Niners should have drafted him.
Like no, the hell with this. We gonna play Aaron Rodgers. And then they moved on from him. And right now, what you see, Brett Favre went out the way he was supposed to go out, on an injury, because he was too stupid to retire. The same way Brady is about to go out, on an injury, because you're too stupid to retire. You sacrificed your family to come play football. Are you stupid? How dumb are you? If I was your wife, I'd be taking pictures in limos with rappers and other girls around like I'm 20 years old too. You want to do you? Well, I'm going to do me.
Is that what his wife doing? Damn.
You didn't see that picture of Giselle Bundchen in the limo with a Ray Pookie rapper?
Oh, that's his wife? Oh, my God.
Yeah, Giselle Bundchen. That's Tom Brady's wife. He wasn't doing that stuff while he was playing football because her career took a backseat to his.
Yeah.
Because she wanted him to go ahead and succeed. You want to be the man? I'm going to let you be the man. Remember, she's from Brazil.
Brazil. She's Branca. She's Branca, first of all. She's white Brazilian. Family
it doesn't matter. She still understands the culture. You let the man lead. She put her career in the backseat. She put her career on hold to raise kids and let Tom Brady be a man and go out and play football. Because somebody had to stay home and raise the kids. It wasn't going to be no nanny situation. Okay? Right. So she stayed home and raised the kids while he played football. Now he was supposed to retire last year. He went back on the promise to his wife.
So what? He's a fucking football player.
How you lose your bitch?
I don't give a damn. I don't care because I'm gonna tell you this: his bitch ain't worth more than his fucking career.
No. Wait, Pookie. Wait. Hold up, bitter. I got this. Pookie, you don't get it.
God damn.
You don't get it. What he's trying to say is no. Hold it. Pause, little nigga. You don't know where I'm coming from with this. He leads a relationship, right?
Yeah.
But there's a thing called honesty and trust, and those are two things men value in a relationship. A woman has to understand, and a woman is only in a relationship so long as she trusts a man.
Yeah.
Now, if this no, it's about principle. If a man doesn't stand on his principle and is willing to go back on his word of some bullshit, she realizes this is a shady motherfucker. He no longer is seen in a good eye in her eye, as far as she's concerned.
Right.
This is how you lose a bitch. It's almost like when you cheat on her. If you betray her trust, you're a rap. You are a rap. You understand that?
True, but from I understand that. But I mean, and in more extraneous circumstances, I would completely agree with you. From my perspective, him returning from another league for another year after he's been having an extremely successful last couple of years. He's still on the top of his fucking game. He's still winning rings. He's still the fucking man. He's Tom Brady.
I don't care. Listen.
Wait. Stop. First and foremost, I'm a huge football fan. He is given rings. He ain't won shit.
Oh, hell.
He is given rings. And it all started with that whole tuck rule shit because they hated the Raiders. And you understand, the NFL hated Al Davis that so bad that they stole that game from him.
This nigga, he's been giving rings.
Look, you may think I'm lying. Hold on, wait. You may think I'm lying, but it's out there on tape. It's an old video where they showed back when before Paul Tagliabue was the commissioner of the league. They had the other guy. He was trying to get Dan Marino. He had the trade in place to get Dan Marino. He was going to take that spot before the Dolphins. And because they hated him so bad because of all the antitrust suits, because he had been trying to move the Raiders for the longest. And they kept blocking them, that they blocked that trade. And ever since then, if you notice, the Raiders have been the most penalized team in the league ever since then, up until Al Davis died. Trust me, the NFL is full of shit. It's a business.
Facts. I
It's
agree.
Why you think man is the only game you can get?
It ain't for real. That shit don't be 100% for real. Yeah, the tackling and shit and passes be for real, but that shit is so fucking scripted. Don't be sitting up here playing like this shit is above board. It's a white-owned billionaire corporation. They gave Tom Brady Super Bowls. Who the fuck wins 6, 7 goddamn Super Bowls? Ain't Joe Montana could blow this nigga out the fucking water.
Thank you.
He
Anyway,
only
what I'm
won
getting at-
4.
I'm getting
And
at- I'm
they
getting at to-
made him earn that one against the Bengals. They
I'm not
made
even-
him earn that shit.
Super Bowl rings.
Now,
I was
Pookie,
talking about his
Pookie.
general.
My
Pookie, hold on.
point is that
All right.
do understand that Giselle Bundchen is worth more than Tom Brady is today. She's worth more than him. She was worth more than him before they got married. In all honesty, she married down. But because of her culture, she took a back seat.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't give a fuck whether she white or octoroon or whatever. The Brazilian culture, because there's no welfare office in Beirut, was that, hey, their culture is you take a back seat to your husband. Doesn't matter what your economic standing is. But make sure that motherfucker can afford you. So boom, she took the back seat. He made the promise to her that he was supposed to retire the year prior. But he went ahead, he won that, quote unquote, won that Super Bowl, because that call against the Packers, come on now. That was bullshit. But at any rate, he won the Super Bowl. You did it without Bill. You proved your point. You promised you were going to retire. You won the chip. You did it with another team. Fuck Bill Belichick. Fuck the Patriots. Okay, step the fuck down. There's nothing else for you to prove. Instead, he went back on his word to his wife. Now, as much as you want to discount whether a woman is important enough in your life, dude, don't you ever fucking get married. Don't you ever get married, because you would be unsuitable as a husband. If you make a promise to your wife, you're supposed to honor that shit. Be just the same way as she said something to you, promised you, and you expect her to honor it.
Am
And
I gonna be the wife like Giselle? Because if I'm not
because he didn't, that whole 11-day stretch where he disappeared, yeah, because he was trying to hammer out his fucking marriage.
Oh, marriage, yep. You talking about preseason?
Yep. It up.
Yeah,
And his wife said, you know
exactly.
what? Fuck you. You want to
You
go play
cannot
football?
go back.
I'm going to go out here and do what I want to do. So therefore, now you have a picture of her and a bunch of other women, white women, in a limo with some thug rapper. Well, the thug rapper is like, yeah, I got Giselle Bund, I got Tom Brady's bitch in my limo. And you know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen.
So, look, wasn't Brad Pitt in there fucking Mike Tyson wife in his bed? So look, that's how that's
Yeah, that's how the whole divorce situation happened.
I'd have shot him. I'm sorry. Not in my mansion. Fuck that. In my king size? Hell nah, man. This should have
your NFL career while you're 45 years old is not more important than your family. It's not more important than your wife and your children.
All right, bitter.
This whole thing I'm hearing about LeBron James wanting to play at the same college, at least play football in. I mean, he probably won't start, but the simple fact that you want to go to the same college as your son, nigga, let go.
He can't.
Let go, motherfucker. Let your son go out and be a man. He's rich, black, and 21. Let that motherfucking kid go live his life.
Bitter, give me the handoff, please. Let me run this motherfucker. Thank you. Taking the rush. Hang on, let me get my number 34. Hang on, let me get my 34. You know, I gotta be. Also, let me hit the ball like Ricky Williams. Okay, ready. I'm ready. Hand me the motherfucker. Now, like what I was explaining to Pookie. Like you said, yeah, it doesn't matter. You gotta honor your vows, but you gotta understand in their culture also, trust and honesty is important in a relationship. There is no betrayal like this shit unless you have some kind of arrangement underneath or some kind of understanding. Now, Giselle? How did Giselle end up with Tom Brady, first of all?
I
Forgot
think
who
they
she was
met
with?
already.
No. How did they end up together? Who was she with before that?
I don't know. Who was she dating?
She was with Leo DiCaprio. On and off, on and off, on and off.
Oh, well, yeah, that wasn't
And
going.
eventually, yeah,
They
and
wasn't
he
gonna
was, yeah, on and off, like I said, on and off, on and off, on and off. And then she decided to settle with him. Now Tom got, hey, I got a fly Brazilian chick. No, you got Leo sloppy seconds in a sense. But anyway, but in her
That's
mind,
the other thing of it. A lot of these, the reason why, and that's the other thing is, I understand what you're saying in principle, and I understand that's the way it goes on a high level because I've seen that from how my cousin has to operate. But from my perspective as a younger guy, I still see a lot of these higher level chicks is extremely ran through products, just like you had just mentioned.
It doesn't matter because it's not about them. It's about you as a man and sticking to your fucking principles and keeping your fucking word. Your word is your bond. Is it not?
Yes, your word is your bond, Pookie.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get through your head.
I wouldn't have gave her
hard headed
like that though.
No. It doesn't work like that. Let me tell you something. In certain parts of the world, your word is your bond, and they don't have there's no liable laws. No. You know what they do if you break your bond, some shit like that? They go out and settle that. They're gonna go out and wear you ass out. They're gonna call their relatives. They'll call their relatives. They're gonna holler at your relatives, and you'll get your tag team like a motherfucker.
Motherfuckers gonna be blowing up my phone. I know.
Nigga,
he fucked up.
And I'm not bullshitting what I'm saying, fool. Now you know where I come from, right? You know where I come from.
I know where you coming from, bro.
No.
You know what country?
You know where I come from. The country I come from.
Where is it?
Where we come? Right next to your homeboy's home country.
Like Sweden over there and shit. Yeah.
No, moron. The other one.
Motherfucker.
Africa.
That shit.
The one in Africa.
Damn. But I mean,
you forget I'm East African.
Ethiopian, Eritrean.
Yeah, I'm Eritrean.
Yeah.
We don't play that shit. We don't play that shit. You keep your word. In our part of the world, we don't trust the law sometimes. We got to keep our fucking word. You make a promise to somebody, you better fulfill. You try to double cross somebody, you're gonna get reprimanded eventually.
In my opinion, I feel like Giselle living in a.
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen.
Wait, no, I want to respond. You sound like Giselle living in a what now?
I was saying, I feel like Giselle living in a liberal society where, how you say integrity isn't valued in the same way as it is from your country, kind of forfeits that, in my opinion. From my perspective, but I understand what you're saying from your culture. That completely makes sense. If we talk about from an African setting,
so you're the exemption? Are you the exemption?
No,
are you coming from a place where that's where you come from? Are you come from a culture where you guys are exempted from that type of
Pretty much, because everybody lies all the time. People lie all the time. Literally.
Only in America. Only. And this, no, hold on. That's what I'm saying. Only in America, and this is very prevalent within Black society because we don't hold our women accountable for the shit that they say and do. Is the breaking of your word not that big of a deal? Mm-hmm. This is why Black businesses fail. This is why they fail. They don't honor the social contract of the word.
And look what we have here. A young brother who's trying to learn, but unfortunately, he still has miles to go when it comes to deprogramming that bullshit. You got a long way to go, Pookie. You're young, you're tough, you're strong-willed, but you have yet to fully overcome the programming, which is why I'm having a hard time. Which is why
I didn't say that I would violate my word. I said I just didn't understand. Me personally, I understand where he stepped wrong at. I just don't understand why it's such a massive, big thing in sports. Because this is first of all, this is a family matter. Let's just get this shit straight. This is nothing.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why.
The Nia Long thing ain't even that big. It ain't
That's
even as big as
wait,
this
hold
one.
on. That's the whole point, my brother. The simple fact that it was not like as much as people say, because okay, football wise, yes, he did force Bruce Arians out. In order for him, he said, look, if I want to come back and win one more Super Bowl, then Bruce Arians cannot be the head coach, because he had never been used to somebody talking to him like a grown ass man before, because he was so used to Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels and all them ass kissers seeing him as a god. But Bruce Arians talked to him man to man, like, look, motherfucker, you fucking up. You know what I'm saying? He was slapping him upside the head verbally. So Bruce Arians did step. He went up to the front office, because watch, Bruce Arians will probably come back when Tom Brady is gone. That head coach that they got now, he might go somewhere else, or maybe Bruce Arians might say, "Fuck it, I'm done coaching. I got my Super Bowl ring. I'm straight."
It's not like I said.
So on the
It's not
football side, right, football side, that's cool. Everybody, that's just sports. But as far as the whole situation is such a big deal, really, is because, dude, you made a promise to your wife. And football players know, hey, look, when it's time to step away, honor the commitment to your family over the game. Because like I was saying, he could go out like Brett Favre did, where you are trying to hang on so much that your 45-year-old ass will fuck around and get killed out here. Okay?
I feel that it's kind of different than Brett Favre. He's like a lot better than Brett Favre.
It's not different. It's no different. It's no different. These guys still hit you for real. These young 20, 24 to 30-year-old guys playing defensive end, defensive tackle, strong safety, linebacker, cornerback, they still going to knock the shit out of you simply because you're Tom Brady.
You know how many times he got sacked in the last Super Bowl? You know how many times he got sacked in his last Super Bowl win, man? You know how many times he got sacked?
Who cares? This is a new day.
Wait, hold on.
The older you get, the less your body is to pain.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Neymar, hold on. I'm just gonna tell you this one. Those concussion protocols are there for a reason.
Thank
the older
you.
you get, the more susceptible you are to brain damage.
Yeah.
Injury.
Yeah. Which I'm not discounting that at all. I'm just the argument that I was just making, and that ain't even why I came up here, because I really want your perspective on Ime Udoka. I don't give a damn about Tom Brady. He's white. He kissed my motherfucking ass.
We'll get to that.
I mean, when you look at it, right? This is the problem I have. You got this 53-year-old woman with this guy. You really think a guy with his height, his money, his connections is faithful? Fuck out of here.
No.
So why could he? He's rare.
In fairness to Nia Long, she's not saying anything unless she said something I haven't heard it.
She's not saying shit.
Well, not
so I don't see why people are trying to feel bad for Nia Long. She ain't not saying anything. She probably knows.
She
In
knows.
so many words, she said she ain't going nowhere.
She ain't going nowhere because number one,
business.
I gotta ask you a question. What was the last time Nia Long was in a movie?
Good question.
TV show? And don't give me this whole thing where women usually say, well, she got her own money. Yeah, okay. This bitch has not forced a marriage on a 7-year engagement.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that tell you? 7 years you're engaged. You're not supposed to be engaged more than 1.5 to 2 years. Really?
She hanging on through thick and thin.
That was her last chance of getting a extra high man. And the man probably makes more than her. Most likely he does.
Talking about the dude before the Celtics coach?
Huh?
You talking about the dude before the Celtics coach?
Yeah, the Celtics coach.
Oh, okay, yeah. But to be honest,
All
in my
right.
opinion, and this is, I just want to say this about this. In my opinion, this happens all the time. But how he handled this specifically, how he wasn't able to orchestrate this carefully and cleanly behind the scenes was atrocious. And I honestly think he should have lost his position. They shouldn't have suspended him. I think they should have just went ahead and fired him because this publicity is horrible. And then the backlash from this with the Stephen A. Smith situation, with him getting lambasted and getting disrespected, and now it's like people are drawing lines in the organization and stuff like that. He honestly should have just been fired. I know they're trying to salvage him because he just went to the finals, but this is too bad. This is too bad a press, man. Like honestly, and who he did it with, like she's trying to save her marriage too. So she said, did anybody? Man, everybody knows that she said it wasn't. She said it wasn't consensual, right? She said he raped her to try to save her marriage, but I don't know how that would even work. Like, how do you think that's going to save?
It's called how did he do it?
Considering how they found out about the whole affair. How did they find out about the affair?
Somebody reported it.
No,
Somebody went to the
no. How did the husband find out about the affair?
Oh, the ring. He saw it
Right,
on
the ring cam. So, bitch, I don't want to hear that shit. You've been fucking this nigga for months.
And to be honest, I would say this. I'll say this. They're probably fucking for a year and a half before, because he's been on the squad. He got moved up to the head coaching position. He was on the Boston Celtics coaching staff. He got moved up to that position. So I say they've been fucking since the lockdown, to be honest.
Yeah, only they know for sure. Only them two know for how long they've been fucking with each other. But her trying to say that it might be some sort of sexual harassment. Like, hold on, I cannot sexually harass somebody who's sucking my dick while I'm driving. Okay, I cannot sexually harass somebody who's calling me and telling me to come up to the hotel. Because remember the private investigator following her, the husband wanted proof. So the private investigator followed her to the hotel. She went into the hotel, and then here come the coach. A few minutes later, excuse me, sexual harassment my ass. So she couldn't run that play.
That was
this is where Malika Andrews got right. This is where Malika Andrews got herself up, because she, first and foremost, Stephen A. Smith and who was it, Kendrick Perkins?
Yeah.
They're the ones that were getting calls at 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Hey man, you won't believe what's going to go down in the morning. They're the ones getting woken up out of their sleep, getting all of the details that the media will not speak on. Nobody's calling Malika early in the morning. Ain't nobody waking her up trying to give her no scoops. She the one making phone calls at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning trying to get information and can barely get anybody to talk to her. So for her whole situation on both segments showed that she, now that we now know what's going on, showed just how fucking stupid she was in opening her mouth, speaking before she had the facts. Because Kendrick Perkins sat up there, the last thing he got off before she booted him was like, I have all the facts.
Like, you gonna tell a guy who played for the fucking league and the organization, honestly, and a guy like Stephen A. Smith, who's been grinding hard for 30 years for the sports shit.
He's Mr. NBA.
He got LeBron's number. He got LeBron's
number. One at a time. I'm not finished. I'm like number two. Let's really face it, right? Malika Andrews is a glorified intern.
Facts.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what the fuck she is. She's overstepping her boundaries. It reminds me of being a young private talking to a fucking lieutenant colonel. You don't do it. Well, that lieutenant colonel was untouchable. You better not even look at your captain. And that lieutenant colonel vastly outranks that captain. So what does that tell you? You want to try to get saucy with a motherfucker who got as much clout as Stephen A. Smith on ESPN. See, this is where I tell you about the full frontal idiocy of black women. You think that you're so special that you can't be who the fuck do you think's going to be replaced? You or Stephen A. Smith? And then you try to come on his show and do it, you lucky you were on television, because if you was in person, he'd have cussed your ass out.
Probably
And
might
rightfully
snap
so.
his ass.
And I'm no
See,
fan of
and
Stephen
see,
A. Smith.
and see, here's the crazy part. This is the reason why I tell black men, when a chick comes at you like that, don't take it on the fucking chin. You check her bitch ass. You check her bitch ass right in front of the public and embarrass her, and then walk out. Why? Because if you want to go rowdy, I'll go even rougher. And I'll tell you the truth. I don't take disrespect like that. I don't take disrespect like that. I think that black men need to. I'm glad black men are grabbing their balls now. This is the Kevin Samuels effect. This is the Black Manosphere effect. Black men are not sitting. This is the same bitch that would. These are the same bitches that are gonna vote for Stacey Abrams.
Ugh.
I want you to remember that. These are the same bitches voting for Stacey Abrams.
Let me tell you, she's nothing to vote for down here, bro.
That heifer.
She's not gonna win Georgia.
These are the same bitches that tell you to get in line. All these fucking glorified high school fucking journalist teachers are telling you to get in line.
Man.
Let me tell you, Stacey is winning inside 285, but outside the 285, oh, she's losing big time. Because out here, you go down the street. I got one on the corner of my street. Her signs are rainbow flags. Her little campaign signs, they're rainbow flags.
Yeah, she's legitimate.
They're not going for that in the marshlands.
Well,
No, they're not. That's why you know, see, they want to hear and finger wag and call themselves trying to chastise black men here, because she's really talking to that chick, or the MSNBC chick. I mean, sorry, right? Ain't nobody outside of Georgia can vote for Stacey Abrams. This ain't a national election. So she was but what she seemed to fail to understand is that we as black men here in Atlanta don't play that gay shit.
No, they don't.
Right. And it's not that we hate just to do. You're not going to get special privilege over us, because out here they act very indignant. Very indignant. They act very ignorant and indignant. Okay? They act like they run this shit. So no, that's why Stacey Abrams is losing. It's bad enough when you got black men buying Kemp t-shirts.
Damn, is it really that bad in Georgia? Ooh,
yes.
damn.
Yes.
It's that bad,
bro.
And shout out to Haru for the $10 super chat.
All the marketing for Georgia is hyper focused on Atlanta, but 90% of the fucking state is white and conservative because it's mostly marshlands. It's a swamp.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen, man. She's gonna fall flat in her ass, and black men need to make a spectacle of it. They do. This lady is fully not for you. She's legitimate. You're not gonna get shit. I would rather deal with a racist white man who knows that if I don't get these niggas to work, I'm not gonna have income from my state. And he's forced to do something, than a person who doesn't even see themselves as black. They're going to see themselves as LGBT, then black, then a woman. The person, I love a lot of brothers in this space, but I'm going to tell you the truth. A vote for Stacey Abrams is castration of your masculinity.
Say it again for motherfuckers in the back.
A vote for Stacey Abrams is castration for your masculinity. I'm sorry. It's undeserving. What has she done for your vote?
Nothing.
Stop giving black women your fucking undeserved loyalty. Stop giving it. Who's next?
You know, I'll say it. Black folks, we used to vote Republican. Ever since Abraham Lincoln, we voted Republican for decades. And then suddenly, when Lyndon B. Johnson signed that Home Act.
Yeah, that racist motherfucker signed that Home Act. Yeah,
it was over. Like he said, I'll have niggas voting Democrat 200 years, and I'm like, y'all do understand that the Democratic Party were the Dixiecrats, like less than 10 years before all that shit happened, right?
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
These
someone pointed this out the other day. Identity politics did not start 3 or 4 years ago. That
Of course
Democrats have been
not.
identity politics for a very long time. It was called white against black. Oops. Did I
Yeah.
say that out loud?
Yeah.
I'll give you another example. A lot of people don't know this, but if you guys go back to the time of Teddy Roosevelt, when he started his political party, the Moose, everything, the Bull Moose, he was going through a time where you saw a reversal of roles between Republicans and Democrats. Because before, Democrats were the party of big business, and then it was around the turn of the century they switched the roles and shit. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
You gotta understand.
Wasn't the Democrats the party of what's his fucking name? Andrew Jackson? Wasn't that his
Yep.
party? Get the fuck
Yep.
with his racist ass. Like motherfucker talking
Yeah,
about
and Andrew Jackson was a slave owner. Oops. Did I say that out loud?
Most of those presidents during that time were.
Right. I mean, even Lincoln owned slaves, so
You gotta look at it. I mean, even Theodore Roosevelt, racist motherfucker that he is, and try to lie on the Buffalo Soldiers. But even when he wrote The Strenuous Life, yeah, men should do some things that are manly. And one of the most manly things you could do is make a goddamn decision on your own. Well, the worst thing to do, the best thing to do is to make the best decision. The next thing is a bad decision. The worst thing is no decision at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, black men should vote opposite of black women. You know why? They vote opposite of you for how many years? How many decades?
ever since what?
They don't vote for your interests. They're voting for their own interests. Your interests are not theirs.
Exactly. You discovered that with the whole what about black women? Well, aren't black women black people? No. Well, then what are you? I don't answer like, well, then if black women are a part of black people, then what are you? Like, because I don't give a fuck what you think, because guess what? Well, white people think that you're a part of black people.
That's all they see you as, black.
But they don't
I'm
believe.
sorry, that sounds South African when I said that. I'm sorry, that sounds South African when I said that. I think I said black instead of black.
They don't
Like,
believe.
you're just a tool. You are a vessel. You are a vessel through which their fuckery invades us. You're a vessel. You're a vessel. Just look at how crazy black society is. Why is black society so crazy?
Because it gets
Seriously.
from his
You got one part from the
Right.
conditioning
It's
and
from
training. The other part is the assimilation of the other, the other subgroups of women trying to emulate the behavior. But it's all like it's I don't know.
Bottom line it. Why are black women? Why have they betrayed black society? Why do they go against the family's interests and only worry about their own?
Because they despise their nature and they despise being women.
Because we're not
despise being women.
Because we're not feeding them. We're not feeding them. We have no ability we're not feeding them. We have no ability to punish them or hold them accountable for anything.
But it's deeper.
So
it's deeper than that. Bitter. I say they have a visceral hatred, a negative response to the fact that they need our assistance in terms of garnering.
And where does that come from? Where does that come from? Who fed them that delusion that they don't need us?
WS. You already know.
Right, and exactly, and where does that come from?
Slavery.
The physical representation of that. Where does it come from? That no other society on earth has it except this country. So where does it come from?
White people and welfare.
Thank you. The welfare system, the social benefit system. This was the trick that the Dixiecrats played. Okay, you let them out of physical slavery. They're no longer we're out of antebellum slavery. Fine. We'll enslave them financially. They tried it in the 30s during what was it, World War II? But they failed because black men were at the head of the homes. We still had places like and shit like that. Okay, we were still segregated, except the fucked up part was, and the reason why they burned a lot of black towns down was because we were doing better than them.
Exactly.
But the second that they started burning down our cities and towns, okay, to the point where we're like, well, fuck it then. You know, we'll just outclass you in your own shit. And then you wonder why you had job discrimination and everything. And the best way for them to do that was to flip the script by first instituting during civil rights. What was the perfect time for them to go ahead and institute welfare, capture the women's minds through white lesbian based feminism. Okay? And then after you have a generation of children, because remember, when did he sign the Home Act? 1970, 71, whatever. All right. But at any rate, come the 80s, suddenly they started offering scholarships to girls who at least had a C average to all of these little rinky-dink ass colleges, depending on your C.
Wait, C average?
C as in cat. Yes.
Average.
C average, you could get if you
literally average it. Actually, D average if you really want to go there.
Right? That must be a Baltimore thing. But in Cleveland, it was
a lot of shit in the 80s, when the 90s hit, that's when shit went to a D average around the country.
Okay, that No Child Left Behind Act. That did take place in the 90s, because I remember I had a guy, he quit his job as a teacher because he said, what was the fucking point if they just gonna push you right through? He said it just became a paper mill.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. It wasn't about teaching anymore. It was just about running the kids through the school system, educate them on an 8th grade level or not, and then let them go.
Go back and read Bill Clinton's welfare bill. That's when it happened in 1996 when he wanted to get women off of welfare. It wasn't just black women; it was all women. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
There's a federal mandate that one he had to he had to open up more jobs, more affirmative action for women, especially single mothers. Okay. And then the second thing he had to do was actually lower the grade rate because he wanted to push the people in college, like 4-year colleges, from 20% to 60%. In fact, is in
and
the
that's
speech.
when you got that student loan shit too, ain't it?
That's where you got the student loan shit because the government, because the states and the federal couldn't pay for it anymore, so they allowed them to do what, raise the amount of money on it. On what they could charge, because if you're going to go from like 15% of students of the population to 60% of the population, they can't afford that. So guess what they have to do? Money got to come from somewhere.
That's the perfect financial slave class. Perfect financial slave class.
And I'm gonna tell you, Bay, why I knew it was in the 90s, 96, as a matter of fact.
It was 96. In fact, Bill Clinton actually gave a speech. In fact, Nameless actually. It was actually, I think I captured it. Bill Clinton actually gave it a speech because they wanted to reduce. If you're going to reduce welfare by 2/3, you want these people to come out to welfare. Got to put them to work. That's basically good old fashioned socialism.
And I'm gonna tell you how I knew, because that's the year I started high school, and that's when they started changing the criteria from even having a C to a D.
Yep.
Minus, actually.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Because I was in college when I went to college. When I was in the 70s. I know it was in the 70s because I went to college in the 70s. Okay, you couldn't get into any 4-year college unless you had a 3.0 or better. Okay, and that was that way till the 90s. That's when all that shit changed. Okay, you couldn't just go to there wasn't a college mill. The college mill didn't come out till Bill Clinton, because they wanted to push all these chicks off of welfare.
Yeah, remember, they gave women welfare reform. They gave your black ass 3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah, well, the thing is, because me and Art researched this shit, right? Why do you think Monahan scissors came up? Okay, It wasn't against the black family. What it was is, okay, AFDC, the Man in the House rule was enacted in 1935, right? And black women were not allowed to get on it. Everybody else was, but black women, because they were considered part of the labor force until 1961. 1961, really under the Reform Act, welfare, especially with federal welfare, they had to give it to black women.
Mhm.
You had to give black women. It wasn't. It really wasn't about black welfare. Was really never about black women. They've been trying to get black women off of welfare forever. The thing is, they can't unless they get white women off of welfare.
Mm.
And you know what? I was saying that the only way that they can actually do that without cutting off their noses to spite their face, they're going to have to totally revamp the welfare system, where you have to offer people 2 to 4 year classes to where they can go out here and make a decent living. And the thing is, once you graduate from your class and you get job placed and you went through what would be the new revamped welfare system form, don't ever come back. You can't get food stamps. You can't get housing vouchers. You can't get shit.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, that, like anything else, man, because of white women, there's always going to be loopholes, right? But you're supposed to only have a certain amount of welfare, lifetime welfare, right? In other words, you're supposed to either get job training, go to work, or go to school, right? And that's why you think the chicks go to school, because they don't want to fucking go to work,
and they don't want to go on welfare either.
Well, they can't go on welfare. They can't go on welfare because it's limited.
I got an ex-girlfriend. Hold, quick second. I got an ex-girlfriend. She is a career student. All she does is take her student loan money. She'll go to class occasionally, okay, but she takes these long, because you know how it is now. You can stretch out when your assignments are due or whatnot.
Yeah.
And she's in the field, so she'll take out the loan, pay her car note for the year, go ahead and just save that money and then return it back in, so that way she doesn't have to pay the interest. Meanwhile, she's staying at home with her mother and grandmother. With a kid. So that's how she avoids being on the welfare system and actually having to work a real 9-to-5 job.
Okay, you can do that. I mean, that's part of the that's part of the loopholes. Okay,
that's a hustle.
It is a hustle. But the thing is that it is a hustle. But the thing is, you got to do one of those 3 things, because you can only stay on welfare for so long without being. The only way they're going to keep giving you welfare is you got to be in one of those programs. You got to be an internship. You got to go to a job program. You got to go to school. That's why a lot of these chicks go to school, because it's going to stretch out their welfare.
Because number one, a lot of them don't want to do internship like a man would. They'll go to school, get some subpar grades, barely making it, and come out with a bachelor's. What do you think? You got to think about it. What do most of these chicks get for degrees? Psychology, English,
nursing.
Yeah, basically, it's almost the same as veteran benefits, right? If you go to school,
it's exactly the same.
It's the same thing. It's basically the same thing. I mean, if you want the veteran benefits, school benefits or something like that, you got to be in a program. Okay, that's
what I'm about to go to.
Yeah.
Think about it.
It's based on that. Yeah, go ahead.
I had to be a war vet who's 50% service connected to get a lot of this shit. But all I need is to get my lazy ass on welfare, and you're Gucci. Yeah. Ain't that about a bitch?
Oh hell, they want soldiers to get food stamps, so hell, they might open that up, so you might be able to get more stuff.
And you know what I say? Gimme. I earned that.
Yeah. You know what, man? Because I work with a lot of vets, and the shit that they put y'all through, man. Vets, I have no problem. Vets can get anything they fucking want. I had no problem with it. I have no problem with it. With whatever they give vets, I ain't got no problem with.
You know what they say?
What?
When I get to heaven, I know I'm automatically gonna get to heaven because I already had my time in hell.
In hell, huh? Yeah. But the thing is that and Gigi's gone through this, man. it's not really men partially, but it's really white women, man, because really all they did was give you affirmative action and shit that that should have gotten, which they had to force that shit through, man. Is basically they give all that shit to white women because all the affirmative action was given to white women. It was never supposed to, which is really why civil rights, the civil part they didn't mind giving you. It's a check, okay? It's a check. White women wanted the check, and that's what they got. That's how come they put
Which is
sex
the
into
rights.
Title VII. Yeah.
The rights part, and that's why civil rights is basically floundered, and the majority of our leaders were infiltrated and disorganized because of that.
They still are, man. They still are. The thing is, if you really wasn't for the fucking manosphere, you never hear about this shit.
Nope. And BJ, let's be honest, a lot of these organizations that like the ones that Umar works with, you know, what is it, whatever the fuck, NAACP, whatever the fuck. All those are basically like little puppet organizations. They're like Germany when they took over France.
Why do you think all this shit is ran by women, man? Why by black women? Because if black men actually did, some of them do, man. If they couldn't control these black men, this truth would have been. It should have been out, man.
Because they're gatekeeping.
It's the fact of the matter is this: when you give a certain populace inside of a society educational benefits, like I've said it before, a white man with a prison record will get a job before a black man with a degree.
Yeah, with a degree, yeah.
A black woman with 5 kids will get a scholarship for school before a straight A 4.0 plus student, black male student.
Because the feds actually open up a lane for them to actually get a degree because they don't want them on welfare. They want them to work. So they want to turn, like Bill Clinton said, they want to turn welfare checks into paychecks. You know?
Exactly. But yet, when a black man goes and say, "Hey, I need to take care of this kid," what happens? What happens?
Yeah, well, black men, it doesn't matter. Man, period. Yeah.
Man, period. Now, because guess what? Everybody's getting treated like a nigga now.
Yeah, they will. Well, we all be one.
You know, the sad part about this is that as much as black women want to proclaim that they're the most enrolled / educated or whatnot, because these public school graduates, because most of us were public school graduates. You were taught how to read, write, and count at an 8th grade level. So trust me, being down here in Atlanta and hanging out in the West End, talking to these college girls back in the 90s, I had the opportunity to bump into them on several occasions. And when you first meet these women, they're talking about how what are you in school for? You know, walking from West Station to what's the female college? Yeah, I can't believe I'm drawing.
You in Atlanta, man. We don't know.
Morehouse, Spelman. Yeah, Spelman girls.
Okay.
These Spelman girls. Cute and this is natural and is sunshiny and is happy. You know, black excellence. You know, go black women, go black men.
No, they but them as a box of rocks. What are you trying to say?
Oh yeah, that's
right. So they're in school trying to get these educations as lawyers and doctors and engineers, only to discover that they have been woefully undereducated in high school from public school. All right. So now you run into them again, and they've switched their majors to liberal arts, women's studies, sociology, psychology, nursing, communications. They have to drop down to something that is more so at least trying to be on their educational level. Okay, and the one thing that they did know back then was that you can at least get a stable position, executive assistant, i.e. secretary, okay, or maybe work in HR or work, where you don't have to put like this. They knew that at least with one of those degrees, they can get a job where they don't have to wear a uniform to work or a name tag, if possible, unless they a manager of some store. So you can sit here and say most educated and most degreed all you want to, but the thing is where do the majority of your degrees lie? Now, on top of that, with your student loan debt and everything, for those who couldn't get a full scholarship, Because if you notice, a lot of these people, they owe at least on average about $10,000 in
Yeah.
student loan debt.
Mm-hmm.
That tells me a lot about what you went to school to get a degree in, and where you went to school as well. Because you ain't going to OSU and you got a $10,000 student loan debt. You crazy? Like, what is
Yeah.
you studying in sweeping hallways?
Mm-hmm.
At any rate, so now you look at what happened with COVID, and you really see, you want to know why there's a rise, double the rise. Oh, it's really double the rise, because it was 3% of white women, because they were the highest. 3%, at least next highest, was 3% women who were facing eviction. And these are all of these liberal arts woke people, because they don't really teach you what you're supposed to learn in college on a social level. Now it's all about being woke and all that bullshit and protecting other people's rights. So 3% of white women have been getting evicted, and it's double that, 6% for black women, because the education and the career field in which you chose would not garner you enough money, especially with the spending habits that women have and having to take care of kids and all of this shit. Because you gotta look fly. You got to look fly. You got this student loan debt over your head, and you're living from paycheck to paycheck simply based on your chosen occupation. So yeah, COVID hit. The rent moratoriums are up, and I'm gonna tell you right now, down in Atlanta, between 20 and 85, 75, where they intersect, that's the homeless encampment here in the city. There are a
Okay.
lot of women in that homeless encampment that popped up over the year.
Did not we say that 2 years ago when it was going on?
Yeah, winter is coming. That's what that whole winter was coming was really about.
Was about, you know, my
So what did I say, BGS? It's an ice age now.
Oh yeah, well not quite, but the ice age is coming. The thing is that my good friend, my co-host, right, in real life, my co-host, she girl must own at least $20 million in real estate, right? She's been doing this for like 30 years, and she was complaining because the girl has, I guess she owns like maybe 100, 150 apartments, okay, apartment units. So she's been in it a long time, and she was saying that he was complaining about people not paying their rent, and she was complaining about the federal government not doing anything. She was just a couple of months ago. She was complaining about complaining to her lawyer, and the lawyer said, "I can't do nothing for you right now." Right? So it's come. She told me this was coming. Okay, she had because I actually passed out advice to people that were in those straits, right? And I said it was coming from her. She said she doesn't care what you make or what you have. He said a lot of people weren't trying to pay anything. She said no matter what you have, if you go to your landlord and at least pay something under COVID, right, your landlord will work with you. Okay, she said, because that's, because everybody understands, right? So there's a whole lot of people not paying anything. So them people that's got away scot-free, and because trust and believe, the feds were issuing out money. Okay, you should be able to at least pay partial payment on your rent. So and I kept telling people with Biden, when Biden cut that shit off last September, okay, and he said this was it, that people didn't believe it. Biden said this was it, okay. Anybody else after that, you're gonna have to depend on the states, and a lot of the states, they can't help you, man. It's been 3 years. I mean, are the one or two things that the landlords are gonna go broke, or the banks are gonna go broke, or you're gonna be out in the street. The landlords, they're gonna protect the landlords and the banks.
Yeah, because that's the economy.
Yeah, partially. Okay, well, yeah, up to a point.
Right, if your housing market, you can't afford for the housing market to crash again.
We have a soldier. Okay, we have a soldier and a police officer right here online, right, hosting this shit, right? There's only so many people you can put out in the street without a problem, and
exactly.
Charles can tell you that. Now, Charles can tell you that. Charles, you're listening, right?
You're gonna have anarchy. You're gonna have fucking total meltdown anarchy.
Say what? Baltimore is what, 700,000 people?
700,000.
I'm back.
Hey.
Whoever
I am is.
Oh no, he's 17.
We sent him to go get snagged.
Oh, okay. In other words, how big of what percentage of the population would have to be homeless for there to be a problem, Charles?
You just need 5 to 10%.
Ooh.
Yep. You already got that. You're there already. You know,
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
I
not
don't
there,
this
but
nigga on the panel anymore.
potentially they said 30 million people could in the United States could be homeless.
30 million people in any
That's
spot.
10%. Yeah.
That'd be worse than a zombie virus, man.
What's that, BGS? That's roughly 8%. That's
That's
roughly
10%.
8%, 10%.
No, that's
10%.
10% of the United
30
States
million people, 10 million
population.
United States
Oh, man.
population. Imagine 30 million people in the United States homeless.
Like, let me put it to you this way: people don't understand what the homeless problem does. Where does homeless people use the bathroom?
The street.
Street water.
What happens when you use the bathroom on the street for 30 million?
Dysentery.
Water becomes contaminated.
Dysentery.
Exactly.
Yeah, it becomes downtown Los Angeles.
30
Medieval
million.
London.
Didn't you say that plague came in some areas, BGS?
And oh yeah, by the way,
Hold on,
you
let
got
Charles
Bay.
finish.
And by the way, you got Bay, you got BGS, you got AB, you got Pookie, Damon, and Bowens. Hey, pay the goddamn BGS tax. But you gotta understand something. There's a reason. Look at what happened when, and I remember in Baltimore where the sanitation department had a strike for 2 to 3 weeks. They were begging the motherfuckers to come back. They were pleading. So a lot of you don't even understand this, is that when you get this shit and it hits hard, imagine 30 million people. That shit will seep into your fucking streets, into your sewages, and you will never know any type of disease known to man like this.
BGS, y'all heard about Sacramento? Our homelessness rates are above San Francisco at this point.
I believe it.
It just passed this year, and it's like every alleyway you see needles, you see tents.
Okay, yeah. I'm sure there's. You know what happens to cities like Sacramento and places like that? People from outlying areas, okay, flock to places like Sacramento because they know there's money and food, so they will come from outside areas into your area. That's the problem.
Cheap, but the problem is they don't realize that the housing rates up here, even though it's a little cheaper, they going up too. So y'all still gonna get priced out. People gonna end up in this position 8 years later, stuck like a motherfucker.
The thing is, it's as far as the prices are concerned, they're hoping that it's temporary. I think it's temporary because, especially with the Fed raising interest rates, so the real estate trust that actually bought all these houses and apartment buildings and stuff like that won't be able to hold on to them because the interest rates will be so high. So they're probably going to start dumping them sometime next year. But the thing is, what do you do until then? So I think at some places the prices are already going down, but it's just a matter of if.
So they do have a plan. Thank God. Okay.
Well, they don't have a plan. It's just structural right now. Okay. The 70s, you had something similar in the 70s, not this bad, but you had something similar in the 70s when you had a homeless crisis. Remember New York back in the 70s? It went to shit in the 70s. That was after the United States went off the gold standard. You had a fucking banking crisis and all that kind of shit. New York went to shit. They started deindustrializing. So it's gonna be interesting, real interesting. But women and children are gonna get hit hard.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw or heard. They was talking about how dudes are wearing Kemp shirts in Georgia.
They are. They've been doing that shit, man. Let me tell you about them Kemp posts, man. Since I have been out there the last 2 years, man. I ain't been there since 2 years. Them Kemp posts was on them lawns in Georgia 2 years ago.
Bay's right there, but he lives in Atlanta. He lives in Georgia. Bay can tell us all about that. He probably could tell us about it better than we can. Because
black dudes with Kemp shirts. I was like, oh shit.
I don't really understand it, but all the guys I talk to that are in Atlanta or in the Georgia area, man, they're not feeling Stacey Abrams for whatever reason. So I don't understand it because I don't live there. So, but
because she's not, she doesn't speak for us. She doesn't speak to us. She's more so concerned with black women and the LGBTQ community.
Yeah,
she don't even speak to the Hispanic voters because she already know they're going Republican. So now this is what I'm saying. That chick who sat up there on MSNBC, like, bitch, who was you talking to? Like, you only talking to the black men in Atlanta, not in Georgia, but in Atlanta. And I do this. I mean, the whole reason why she was talking about Kevin Samuels, Tariq Nasheed, because those are the talking points that you're hearing coming out of Atlanta.
Okay.
And I mean, sure, we got a simp army, of course. You know, there's always going to be simps. But the whole thing is that the black men of intelligentsia, this is what we're talking about. I mean, Kevin Samuels lived here. You telling me he didn't have an effect?
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, no, Stacey, you do nothing for black men. You know, and sitting up here trying to get this little fucking, I don't even know what to call this chick, the little flunky, trying to shame black men.
Oh, doing Trace, was it Tiffany Cross?
Yeah, Tiffany Cross.
Yeah. We ain't listening to you. Dude.
Nobody, hey, BGS, as I said earlier, nobody knew. I didn't even know who Tiffany Cross was till I heard Professor Black Truth mention her.
Well, nobody did. The thing is, that's what I was trying to tell Mike V. You know,
nobody knew Tiffany Cross.
She said, "Why are we after Stacey Abrams?" Said nobody gave. You know, for outside of Georgia, nobody gave a shit about Stacey Abrams one way or the other, or Tiffany Cross. And the only reason we actually talking about her now is because she actually spoke up. In fact, because like I said, you know, Bay's been with us all the time, man. Bay's never said anything about Stacey Abrams or the governorship ever, man. So
because I don't give a shit about her.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all don't give a shit about her. So So
now,
the thing
for
is,
the record, I heard about Stacey Abrams back in 2018, but
she was
like,
that was her first time running.
She was running for governor. But thing is, I was trying to tell them, most black men, most black men, especially in the manosphere, are indifferent to Stacey Abrams. No, one way or the other.
We was not mad down. We was not mad that she lost.
Yeah,
not in the slightest. We didn't care. In fact, some of us were glad that she lost. That tells you a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said she's not making. I said she because when I started looking, like Tim Black is a progressive, right? He's a progressive. He's
Tim Black. I know who he is.
I know Tim Black.
Tim Black said the exact same thing, man. Yeah, exact same thing.
Even Tim Black's against
Tim Black said, "How dare you?" Okay, I said the black men don't belong to the Democrats. Black men belong to whatever policy. If you're not doing anything for black men or connecting with black men, they're not going to vote for you.
Tim Black came out and said that.
Yeah, he said that.
Tired of this. You're not black shit, man. Fuck y'all. How you gonna tell? Look, we was black for 350 years, but all of a sudden when you niggas need us, we not black. Man, fuck you.
Because they know it's a meritocracy, and we're supposed to follow what black women do. If they got black women, they think they have the black male vote.
Yeah, well, fuck them too.
But the thing is, as a black man, you don't tell me what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
You are not my fucking mama. I'm a grown ass man. Even my mama don't tell me what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
So what makes you tell me? You can tell me what to do.
Yeah. Didn't she sound like mama?
She sounded like every black chick
trying
to tell somebody what to do.
Yeah. Go ahead, AB.
No, she didn't sound like my mom. At least not at the end of the line. My mom was like, okay. She just living like, okay.
Yeah, my mom don't talk like that. My mom stopped talking like that since I was I think about 16, 17. My mother stopped talking to me.
Mine tries. Yeah, mine
I know. I got to get your opinion on this one, BGS. What's up, Peanut?
Say hi to Peanut, man. What's up with Peanut?
Say hi, Peanut.
No, damn, that don't sound like Peanut, man. Who is that? Who's that imposter?
Yeah, that's that nigga that eats a lot.
Who's that? His voice is deeper than yours, man. What's going on? What's going on with Peanut? Peanut's voice is deeper than yours. What's up with that, man?
He died from prison. Died of protein and steroids, man.
Yeah, man. You must have wished Frankie Beverly on him, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Frankie Beverly, very well. Hello, mama. Morning, mama.
What's up, man? I just had to get your live opinion. When you heard her come on that phone, what was you thinking?
On the phone?
Yeah.
Oh, talking about what's her name?
Malika Andrews.
Man,
Yeah, Malika Andrews.
Man.
Little girl,
I
sit down.
like Stephen A. Man, I wanted to reach to that phone and slap the shit out of her, man. Like who I know what Stephen A. wanted to say. He couldn't say it because he was on the he was
he's live on air. Yeah,
on
I
air.
understand that.
He said, "Who the fuck do you think you are, little bitch?"
Yeah, don't even know what the hell you talking about.
Yeah.
You don't know nothing about the information.
I'm old enough to be your goddamn daddy. Who the fuck? Who do you think?
And Stephen A. He wasn't even disagreeing. He said the nigga should have been fired.
No,
I agree.
It had nothing to do with that. Okay, you just got here. You just got your job, right? I've been doing this longer than you have been. That's what I would say. Baby, I've been doing this longer than you've been alive.
Yep, yeah.
I played in college. I've been following NBA. I've been doing this NBA journalism for over.
Before your daddy said, let me just rub the tip on it.
A little tip on it. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. So how dare you get on my show and tell me what I can say, and you don't know squat. Okay,
And I'm gonna tell you,
you're not even dry behind the ears yet. You need to shut up, sit down, and take notes. But he couldn't say it on air.
You know what?
He probably said it off air. I believe it.
He probably called his boss. Says, you better check this chick.
You know what I would have called her? I'd have been like, "What is a glorified intern doing talking to me?"
I wouldn't. I
wouldn't. They had his head at ESPN.
I wouldn't even been that clever. Okay. See, I got daughters. See, you don't. See, that's why I know. I talk to you like a child. Who the hell you think you talking to? I don't have to be clever with you. Who the hell you think you talking to? Whoa, what? Because she'd have started with Stephen A. With all due respect, stop. Whoa. Time out before you even go further. Who the hell you think you talking to? Because he gave her a chance to actually talk because because it's ESPN. Because I'd have stopped it right there. Whoa. Number one, who the hell you think you talk to? Number one, watch your tone. That's number one before you come on my show. I've earned my respect. Number two, who the hell you think you talking to? Because you just got it. You only been at ESPN for 2 years. Okay, I've been here 30. Who the hell you think you talking to? That's what I started right with.
And you know what's funny? I'm gonna say this real quick to give it to Meg. The title of this show is so fitting, so appropriate, and it's funny because, like I said in my little diatribe, I said, look, the amount of disrespect for the average, not even the high tier, the average black man, and what he has to go through on a day-to-day basis is abysmal. And of course, I told the story about my aunt and my cousin, and I'm looking at them. I'm like, wait a minute, who the fuck you talking to? My father's upstairs, and he's your older brother and your uncle, and he doesn't even talk to me like that.
Yep. And
I'm like, there's only 2 motherfuckers in this whole fucking family that's been to war that's still living, and that's just us two.
Yeah. I wouldn't even. My son, my son's 36, but even when he got 13, I wouldn't talk to him that way. Okay, you're a grown ass man. I ain't gonna talk to you that way. You're a man with children. Okay, stop making them. But the thing is, you're a man with children. I talk to you like a father. I would never disrespect you as a man like that. I have no right. Okay, you're a man just like me.
Here's my whole point with the whole Malika Andrews situation. Mm-hmm. You sitting up here, and just to show you how full of shit she is. You sitting up here talking about now is not the time to be pointing fingers and everything. But it's all about, since you want to protect women so bad, I want you to understand that the Celtics placed themselves to be have a class action lawsuit filed against them by the women that work there for purposely creating a hostile work environment. By not revealing the name of the other party involved, because as the dude said, all of this internet stuff, you're not protecting us because you're protecting her. So now all of our names were all being dragged through the mud because of you.
Yeah.
Because of you. So in all honesty, those women that work there have a case against the Boston Celtics for creating a hostile work environment.
So the husband, he's still gonna have to work there with this nigga, man.
No, it ain't about him.
It's about him.
Not about him.
Yeah.
It's not about him. It's about the organization.
Yeah.
Because
And
as
Steven,
they
they pointed
said,
that out. He's right.
As soon as they made it public, yeah.
they're right. That it was a consensual relationship. It wasn't. He didn't hurt. Because the first thing I asked, I said, "Well, did he assault somebody or something?" They said, "No, it was a consensual relationship." As Stephen A. Smith said,
You
the
know what?
Boston Story said that it was consensual.
I was listening to Casino for Life, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't know how true this is, but if he said to her what Casino for Life actually reported, they have a case because when the husband confronted her about the affair, and she tried to beg her way out of it, and so he told her to cut it off with him, and she cut it off, and he said, "You can't cut it off, you my bitch, and I'm the coach, okay? And I will destroy you."
Oh, he said that.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
He
I said,
said
"Oh."
that?
I said, I don't know. What I'm saying, this is what
If-
was rumored.
If,
Hold on.
but now, if that's true,
if
that's
this is rumored,
true,
uh-huh.
if
That's
that's
true. He deserved to
true,
get fired.
right? If
Yeah, go
that's true, then he should have been fired.
He should have been
But
fired. DG. He
What-
walked
if that's
off.
not
Well,
true,
hold on,
then
hold on,
there's
y'all.
nothing that they can say.
Yeah.
Now,
He-
that's
he-
not true.
Hold on.
There's nothing they can say.
Hold on. Let me see if I got it in my history.
He walked off the plank for some
No.
dusty old 38-year-old used up.
Man,
Married to.
the thing is,
Keep living.
Hold up,
the
one
thing
at a
is,
time.
you keep living because sometimes, hopefully this wasn't the case. Sometimes you get something, and whatever it is, you get hooked on that shit, man. It's like heroin.
Nah, not that hooked. Not with this kind of money.
Pookie,
You'll be
keep
surprised, man.
living. Pookie,
I
keep
tell you
living.
that for a reason.
I wish that was the case, man.
Mhm.
How you gonna name Pussy and you don't know that the pussy
Nigga,
can
I'm
win?
too black to be going back to the
because he's only 20 years old.
Oh, that's why. Okay. He ain't
He's
had
still right behind the ears.
that girlfriend experience yet.
No, he ain't had that.
He ain't
kryptonite
went through
yet.
that yet.
He ain't
Yeah.
had that kryptonite
Nigga,
yet.
look, man. There ain't no
Pookie, I'm
kryptonite.
gonna tell you right now.
Nah,
Wait,
you
Pookie,
ain't-
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna happen.
Hold on, one at a
Let me
time,
put it to you
Wait,
this way. One at a
one
time.
time.
Pookie, I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna
I'm gonna-
happen. And I
I'm gonna
guarantee you, every man in here will agree with me. How it's gonna
Yeah.
happen is you're gonna meet a nice girl. She gonna be
Yeah.
everything that you want her to be, so sweet, kind, pretty, sexy. I mean,
And
y'all.
wet pussy.
She ain't gonna never say no. She gonna be aggressive. You gonna be tearing it up. Oh, she gonna be screaming your name and everything.
Yep.
Oh, Pookie.
She-
Oh, Pookie. Oh,
squirting-
Mike, you
squirting all-
giving her the best dick she ever had in her life. Yeah, squirting and
squirting all
everything.
over the bed. Yeah.
And next thing you know,
Nah,
who the fuck that nigga?
smooth operator. See, that's that.
Yeah,
bullshit.
yeah. You say that.
30
You say
seconds.
that.
30 seconds or less. You gotta walk out around the
You
corner.
say that.
Around the corner.
Pookie,
30
I'm gonna ask
Hey,
you
that's
this question.
that's how we know that you 20. Okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask you this question, Pookie. How tall are you?
I don't know, like I say, like between 6'1", 6'2", you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Oh
Do
yeah,
you make,
you're very susceptible.
do you make any of the amount of money that man makes? What's his name?
Ime Udoka.
Hey, Doka, yeah.
No, obviously not. No.
What was he making? What was he making?
$2
12
million.
million a year?
Yeah. Few million. Something like that. It's between 5 and 12. So
Right.
Nah, he's making about 12. He's making about 12 million a year. Probably with bonuses. He probably made about 12.
Big
But
time.
go on. Charles.
Go ahead, Charles. You gonna say something? There it is. Okay.
I think he's breaking up.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
breaking
he
up.
was.
I hear shit he said.
Wait. After him, can I say something after him?
You can go right now.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
You last Saturday. Well,
Mm-hmm.
last Saturday, when I took this one black girl to the homecoming.
Mhm.
Her name was Nyasia Patterson. She pretty cute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not to realize when we got there after we started partying and everything.
Mm-hmm.
When it was at Maiden High School, so we were drinking. Some people were drinking punch and
Hey.
eating
Then
chips.
on
And
top of that,
Hold on, Charles. You gotta start all the way
Have
from the
to-
beginning.
Hold
You cut out.
Yeah, we borged out. So Z's speaking right now.
This is
Alright, go-
sorry about that.
Go ahead.
After a few minutes.
First of all,
Charles, you bored me.
Can
You
you
bored
can you
me.
hear us, Charles?
Nah, you probably cutting in and out on the audio.
You
in
can't
his
hear
end.
us.
Yeah.
Must be signal.
Nah, that's that Baltimore Wireless.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Go ahead, young man.
them niggas in the projects.
Blocking all the
Well, the thing. Okay.
Okay. Zaire, would you Zaire?
Yes.
Okay, Zaire's trying to speak, and you were go ahead. Charles just muted. Go ahead, Zaire.
Well, the thing is, not to realize when we were there, eating and drinking food, someone drug the food a little bit, and I saw some people passing out, and
that's not good.
Yeah, my date was scarred, and she automatically wanted to go home.
Okay, she's
I
scared.
was there trying to comfort her, and was thinking what's going on. So I was asking questions, and only one security guard was in there.
Okay.
Everyone else, we don't know where everyone else went, but yeah, I saw a girl in the gym dancing. She passed out due to whatever it was in that punch.
Okay.
Turned out a few days later, not a teacher, but a kid drugged the drinks a little bit.
Happens all the time.
All the time, yeah.
That's why you sample the drink. One if depending on if it's a wild party, man, you don't bring your own shit.
We got breathalyzers.
That's the funny part, because I brung some Doritos and some Kool-Aid with me.
Okay.
But they wouldn't let me bring it inside.
So okay. Oh, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it was a paid party?
It was a homecoming, so.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that happens. The school's gonna have to rectify that. But
yeah, that's why.
Was she okay?
I mean, she didn't drink anything. She called her mother and told us not to eat or drink anything. So we were talking about it Tuesday, and I asked her, "Do you want to go to prom next year?" And she said yes, because I turned 18 this year. In June, she turns 18.
Okay.
She turns 17 in June. I meant.
Okay.
So
you're out, and she's got one more year.
Well, I walk off stage next year. I just graduate this year.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, young man.
You're still in high school.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I told her, yeah, we can do prom next year. Here's the catch, though. How about, instead of eating what they have over there, we just go to a nice restaurant, maybe like Golden Corral or Popeyes or something.
Yeah, that's probably best.
Get your own booze pregame, and
unless it's catered by somebody that's professional. Okay.
Yeah.
Unless
That's true.
it's catered.
And I say, if a street rule, if you can't even get, you got to be catered by somebody professional. But if you can't get that, wait 30 minutes, wait 40 minutes, let everybody drink.
Yeah. Especially if it's kids. Okay. If it's kids, you never can tell. If it's adults, that's not likely to happen. For kids, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
That happens all the
game.
So do you live in a mixed neighborhood? Is it?
No, I live in North Carolina.
Well, what I'm saying is your neighborhood mixed.
Where I live at is mostly white, but you do have some black and Hispanic.
I was gonna say, if it's white kids do that shit all the time.
Yeah.
So you can never drink shit especially when white kids throw a fucking party. You never drink that shit, man.
Hey, word of advice.
The 50-50 chance is gonna be spiked with something.
Word of advice. I say, what you see at those parties, bro, keep your head down and mind your business. That ain't even it. That ain't half of it. I seen worse than that.
Yeah.
So
So when you say spike, as soon as you said the punch was spike, I knew it was a white kid.
Yeah, gotta be.
That's how they get laid. That's how they get laid. But thing is, white chicks, they go for that shit, man. But you If you're black, stay away from
No,
that shit, man.
fuck
Yeah,
that.
stay away from that shit. You don't want to be.
Yeah,
You don't want
And
to
you
be that
don't
guy.
need it.
he said
You don't
earlier.
need
He
it
said
either.
earlier. He
Yeah.
said earlier that there wasn't a lot of black kids at his school, so he's in a
Yeah, yeah.
he's
What I'm
in a
saying is,
mixed
well,
area.
I went to a white school. Soon as he said the punch was spiked. I knew it was
Yep,
white.
white
I
guy,
knew it was the
white
white
boy.
guy.
Boy,
Yeah,
you don't need, you don't need to be doing that shit neither, bro. Look, niggas got the
yeah,
cheat code.
yeah.
What was
I
you saying,
put.
bro?
I got. Oh, hold on a second. Let me do this again. Share it again. Make sure you get the sound. And
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
And
share. I'm gonna share Carcino for life, so you
uh,
guys can hear it for yourself.
also, real quick, my grandma's always been hesitant of me going
oh
over.
yeah. Hey, they got 3 kids. BGS. I seen that shit online. I'm dead.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the picture.
Ah,
Go ahead, finish Zaire.
look at this
Oh,
nigga face.
my grandma has always been hesitant about me going to my friend Dylan, who is also, white, because
Mm-hmm.
she saw basically a report on the news of how this one black boy went with his white friend and his family to the
Yeah,
pool,
it didn't show up
and
and didn't show back up. Yeah.
well, he got pushed in the pool water and he couldn't swim, and that's the
Oh,
last they heard of him.
oh yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, back thing or whatever, dude. Never in your life sleep with a drunk white woman. I don't care how much she coming on to you. Don't do
Yep.
it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
I'll tell you something.
In fact, Donovan Sharp will tell you, okay, if you're a black man and your date is white, you have to be doubly careful. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
I'll tell you
because of
from
her,
experience.
but because of the appearance. Go ahead.
Also, since you mentioned that,
Mm-hmm.
there was these white girls at the school, basically at the dance prom, homecoming.
Yeah.
But basically, where we're right outside the boys' bathroom, I was waiting for my, seeing how my friend was doing, because I don't know, he told me to hold his jacket or something outside, and these 3 white girls walked up and they were acting all getaway or something. So I assume, hey, are you from New York? I don't even know why I said that, and they started giggling and everything. And they said, yeah, we kind of are, and it was like they were attracted to me or something.
Because you're a fetish. Okay. You're a fetish. That is what
Yeah,
it is.
and
You'll learn to deal with it. But go ahead and finish it, man, so I can play this.
Okay. Well, they dismantled this one white guy in front of me who looks like he was in his 20s, and basically saying that I looked better than him in any other way. And I said, why do they think like that? And they said black meat gets all the praise, or something.
And plus they wanted to rip him apart. They wanted to shame him. So, and they use you to do it. So it's more about them than it was about you. But the thing is, if you can get some trim on the side, man, fine. If they want to throw you some just out of spite, fine. The thing is, just say be careful with it.
Disassociate. I'd say not disassociate from those.
In fact, there was a mixed couple, man, that got disappeared in North Carolina just a couple of weeks ago, and they found their bodies. So be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is not the time. Keep your head on a swivel.
I will.
Yeah.
This is why I look towards you for advice.
Yeah.
This is why.
This is why you probably should have been raised in Baltimore so you can keep your head on a swivel. Okay. You learn how to
New York or Boston.
You learn how to develop spidey senses. Anyway, let me go ahead and play this.
Oh, your Negro senses are on point in Baltimore.
On point in Baltimore, yeah. You're
I need to move there one day.
Anyway, let me play this. We gotta get it over. It's interesting though.
Now, what I want to give you guys is an exclusive
Can y'all hear this?
video.
Yeah, a little bit.
Members here, because you guys have shown me so much love and support by rocking with me all this time.
That's good.
You guys are the bedrock of this whole thing, and I want to say thank you for believing in me. And I'm gonna keep working hard for you, even when everybody else tell me I've given you enough content.
Let me speed it up a little bit.
That's what they try to tell me. Oh, I've given you enough already. I feel like not everybody watched the same things. So as long as there's breath in my body, let me continuously give you guys what I got. So, y'all ready for it? Here it is. This Ime Udoka situation. Let's go ahead and get to the gist of all of this right here, because people are very frustrated in how this was done, how this was leaked out, and everything in totality. You know, and all of the facts and the non-facts that have been prevented.
Should I speed it up a little bit?
To the rest of the public, and the rest of the world don't know. So before the rest of the world knows, you're gonna know. That's right.
No, you're good.
Now we won't mention the other rumored woman because she basically has nothing to do with this. Let's get into the whole matter of what's happening. Now, coming to this team, Ime Udoka, he's with Nia Long, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We can go from there. So you already know age, been 5 years, blah, 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 blah. Right? Now, this woman is no one other than, I want to make sure we are on point here when we bring this up, Kathleen Nemo Lynch, who's married to Taylor Lynch. That's the woman in question. That is the woman that this is about. Now, here's the mistake that people are making. When I say the mistake, there's been a confusion because Patrick Lynch is the vice president of finance at the Boston Celtics. I've even made this mistake because the last name is Lynch, it's Patrick Lynch. So naturally, this links them up. But that's not the other Lynch that works for the company. Her husband is Taylor Lynch. He works at a consultant agency called Mercer Consulting. And what they do for the Boston Celtics is entirely different than what Patrick did, who was the senior vice president of finance. So it's not him and his wife. No one really knows about his wife, but everyone's getting that confused because the last name is Lynch. Okay? So that's the confusion that a lot of people are making, and they even had me confused. So now you guys know, right? Now, as we move forward, and I still make a mistake and say the senior vice president of finance.
That's why the other women in the company have a case. But go on.
He is like a team, what they call that? He's like a consulting associate of the Boston Celtics. He's mostly that. He consults the team. So he's in what they call the common sector. That's what he pretty much does for his job. As far as Kathleen Nemo, before she married him, she was going to BYU. She's got a degree in science and all of these different things. She's been employed with for about 7 years now. She's been with the Celtics, working with them as far as she handles the travel plans. She's even friends with the coach, so she handles the team's travel and all of these different things where this relationship kindled, where they first met and all that stuff, I don't know. But they got very friendly with each other and decided to go out and have this affair on her husband. And while they're having this affair, it's under the nose of Nia Long, who also knows this woman, who also communicates with her because she does all the travel for the team players, the wives, the coaches, and things of this nature. This is her job. So like Nia Long wants to go somewhere and it's, travel related through the team, they would be organized through her, through their agents and everything else. So she's well aware. And the coach it's not rare for him to talk to her or have a meeting with her or come see her. It would not be considered weird because she handles the travel and day-to-day operations. That's her job on the staff.
She's a glorified concierge.
She's the team service manager, which really could be anything that they needed. Like if they need
secretary
something.
Right, she's a glorified concierge.
The car. Or have someone picked up from the airport. She's the team service manager. So I guess she was servicing the team. And her phone, they have a little inside joke because, and it's like, come find Nemo. So I guess he went in those waters to go find Nemo. So her little emoji, her picture in the phone is not her, it's the picture of Nemo, the fish, finding Nemo. So he was going in the waters to find Nemo. And allegedly, there's text messages correlating a history of, him supposedly going down on her, and what he could do, his skills, and doing that, and all her stuff about her skills, and and how wet she is, and all. It's a whole bunch of stuff a husband don't want to see. Now, how does the Boston Celtics know all this information? Because they had no clue what was going on. The Ring doorbell woman, she got really careless, and she was outside her house and talking on the phone. And the Ring doorbell picks up all of this conversation. So the husband sees the Ring doorbell and goes, "Oh, well, we have a problem here." So they get into an argument, and she's talking about, "You overheard a joke," and so this prompts him to hire a company that, or a team that they do, because he works for a consulting agency. This is what they do.
Investigator, auditor.
And they're a consulting firm. So of course they have investigators. So he hired a private investigator that they use at their company at Mercer Consulting. They call their PI guy to launch an investigation into his wife, her whereabouts, who she's talking to, what's going on. And through this investigation, it came out the person that she was sleeping with just happened to be the coach of the Boston Celtics, Ime Udoka. So incensed, of course, he confronts his wife. He has text messages. He has all these different things. And she claims, "I broke it off, and, he won't back down," the coach. He allegedly kept pressuring her to continue this affair because once the Ring doorbell thing, she wanted to chill things out. He didn't want to chill things out. He wanted to keep pursuing this shit. It was like, "You don't know what I can do to you. Like, I'm the coach. If I keep telling him you're a problem, you're going to be gone. So I decide when this is over." Yeah, it was on that,
Oh, wow.
showing up places he wasn't supposed to be. Like he was like, "You my Saturday night thing, and you gonna be my Saturday night thing," and that's fun. So it was mostly on that. So when they went to the Boston Celtics, the agency went there with him to explain to the Celtics what was going on, because once he found out it was the head coach, Taylor was upset with his wife. But now this affects everything. This is her job. This is their family. This is his job. This is everything. So he walks into the organization, and they want to keep this thing private and in-house. It wasn't the husband. Somebody said it's the husband's idea to make them drop this thing and go public and embarrass the coach. No, he was going to do whatever the Boston Celtics agreed with. He didn't want anything to come back on this organization because they basically has his balls in their hands. They will crush his firm completely if he tries to destroy their program. So he went in there all respectfully with the agents, like, "Hey, what should we do here? We have a real problem. Like, this is what they discovered." The Boston Celtics are just learning it right now as they're telling it to them. They don't. This is the first time ever. So that everybody's brought in. They're looking at all the findings that the private investigator that came up with, and it's been made in the public like the Boston Celtics went to use another PR firm because they didn't want it to be fair and all that. That's bull. That was spin move BS that they was giving us. The husband had hired this firm from his company, so now this situation has come out. It's getting ready to come out full head after a month of them going through the scope. The Celtics basically didn't do an investigation at all because the PI did the investigation. They asked him Udoka about it, and he admits to all of these things. And they said, "Well, we're going to have to really make a decision about this. This is very serious. You violated the team policies. So for now, I would just, go home. You might want to, break this to your wife because this is going to break. So you can prepare her, for your fiance, not wife, on what's getting ready to come with the anvil." So he thanked them, and he went there. He told Neil Long, "This is way before we found out." And next thing you know, they're getting ready to schedule a press conference and they're going to deal with it later as far as what the decision is going to be. So before a decision was even rendered, the information was leaked out to the media, to the public, because the Celtics are pissed. Okay, they're really pissed off about this because they didn't even know this was going on. They had no idea. It wasn't like everybody knew what was happening. They really didn't know, and they felt stupid that they didn't know. And now they're like, we trusted this guy, and so now they felt like we got to humiliate him and basically perk walk him. So this is where we are right now. Nia Long was told days before it came out, she's definitely pissed at him, and he's definitely not staying there in the Boston home right now. And he's suspended. He's staying somewhere else with family, but he's definitely staying low key where they're not able to locate him and start putting cameras in his face. Like, no one knows where he is. He knows where he's at, but the media can't find him. So he's not at home and none of these different things here. So this is where it is now. As far as from her, she wants this thing to be done quietly. She's humiliated. She's embarrassed. There was problems in the marriage, with the kids and with him, the husband. And
they all say
she still gets to keep her job.
Of course she does.
A lot of people feel that she shouldn't have her job. If this man is going to lose his, she should lose hers too. So that's where we are, people. So you guys got it first because you're on the Patreon. I wanted to make sure you guys got the info first before I told anybody else what's happening. That's the real. Now, there's nothing else to add to it, really. That's just it. So we'll do a live stream probably later on, but I want to make sure my VIPs know what's to drop first. So I'm out. Deuces.
I got a question. Another
All right.
question.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Snowman, come on up if you want to come up, man, because this is your wheelhouse. But go ahead. What's your question?
I want to, if this is a good time, show you a drawing I've been working on. If that's okay.
That's Charles. I'm not the host.
Not right now, because we want to stay on this conversation.
Okay.
I'm just like, what the hell was he thinking? Like, really?
If it's true. If it's true.
BGS, if y'all think I'll do that, you got me fucked up. You don't know how many days. Y'all know how many days I fucking looked at my account. I ain't had $10 in that bitch. You think I'm gonna trade that shit? I'm gonna trade it $1 million with some dusty ass pussy.
If what is being reported is true, we don't know that. So the thing is, this is just rumor right now. But the thing is, I said if he did say that, now that would, for her to keep her job, that's probably what they would tell her to say, that he forced her to do it. We don't know if that is true, okay? But if he did indeed say that and threaten her and she could be gone, then he deserves to be fired, okay? But I think
there's still a lot of moving parts.
Go ahead, Snowman.
Still a lot of moving parts to this situation. I wasn't on air this morning because I stayed in bed and I rested because I was still like physically tired, but I plan to be on tomorrow, and I've told Cole, who is not only one of my best friends but my executive producer, to work my take on the Ime Udoka situation, because I haven't fully gone in yet, but I will tomorrow on Ime. I'm going in on the Ime Udoka situation, and it just begs the question, and I know Charles have asked this, I know Bitter Truth have asked this, I know BGS asked this, and I'm hoping BGS can appear tomorrow on my program if he's up.
Yeah.
Why hasn't the woman's name been outed? Why hasn't her name been put out there?
What it is now, but the thing is, they haven't put it out. The thing is, if he indeed did say that to her, right, then she would be legally protected. Okay, if he didn't say indeed say that to her. That's the one thing that, when I heard that, I said, oh shit, if he said that, then If he
Now
says that
watch
to her,
what happens. Here's one scenario, and I will talk about this tomorrow, and I'll also talk about this on my Patreon. One scenario that could happen. Say Ime Udoka is fired. In a way, he's still going to be protected by the NBA fraternity because they're going to make sure behind the scenes that he has another job. And I can tell you where that I can project, and I can pretty much predict where that job's going to be. It's going to be in Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn, really? Okay, I thought you were
going to be. It's going to be in Brooklyn. Come on, it's the easiest mess for Udoka to clean up. Because what could probably happen if the Nets fuck up and don't get to a championship this year, which they won't, look at their roster, but that's another discussion for another time, then they smartly will clean house.
Yeah, but if they do
clean house.
But you don't think he's radioactive?
He's radioactive, BGS.
He's radioactive, and that's and the Brooklyn Mess are a radioactive franchise. Put 2 and 2 together, you got a match made in heaven, basically.
I don't know, man. That's okay. The thing is, one, he has to prove that this is not true. Okay, if it's not true, it's consensual, and he's willing to part ways and let her keep her job. Right, and then maybe he might get on another job. But if he said that to her, if a black man said it to her,
that's the wild card. That's the wild card of the situation, because I just caught the tail end of what Carcino said. I'll have to go back and listen to the replay.
I mean, you're white. You in an interracial marriage, man, and you know the power dynamic, man. I don't have to tell you. You're a black man, right? You know the freaking power dynamic, right? If a black man said that to a white underling, okay,
then all hell breaks loose.
Woo, man!
Then all hell breaks loose.
I see what you're saying. Maybe in a perfect world, or we can look past it because everybody knows it. But it's not what happened. It's obviously who it happened with and how it went down. Because, and to be honest, how I gotta disagree, I gotta agree with BGS on this perspective, because they fired coaches for less. Mark Jackson still ain't got a job. He ain't do none of that shit.
And Mark Jackson never will get a job. He's been officially blackballed.
Yeah, he been blackballed for holding up Bible
association
for holding up Bible. And what you think they're going? The coaching association allow a coach with a power dynamic?
No, about holding the Bible. Okay.
Well, I mean,
it's a lot more than that.
It's something we ain't heard. We ain't really heard the whole truth about it. Ain't about holding no doggone Bible.
And there's still parts of that haven't come out yet.
Yeah.
It won't come out either.
Because
you know what Golden State did.
What?
Oh, the Golden State Warriors, the first year they won a championship, which was 2015. You know what they did for Mark Jackson? They honored him at a finals game, Game 5. They honored him with a short video tribute. But this mess with Ime Udoka, and let me speak on Malika Andrews, because BGS, I caught part of what you said, and I'm going to piggyback on that right now.
Go ahead.
And Panthro and Neymar and AB Media, just give me a few minutes. Malika Andrews should not have a job in sports media, period, because of her lack of knowledge of sports, because of her lack of decorum, and in the title of this broadcast, the lack of respect for a black man 30 years her senior that's been there, done that, followed the NBA for as long as he has. And she tried to check him like a mother would try to check her son? What?
Yeah, well, you can only get away with that stuff over on ESPN. Because I was saying when what is that chick's name? The white chick that the last controversy she had was where she leaked out the private conversation that she had with her and Baker
Rachel
Mayfield.
Nichols.
No, not her.
No.
The one that's she now calls she's on the NFL Network. She now ball stuff. Because at the time she was working as Colin Cowherd's co-host.
I know who you're talking about.
Cynthia Furlong. Cynthia Furlong.
Yes.
Cynthia Furlong. Because when she insinuated, she tried to insinuate.
Cynthia Freeland.
Freeland, right. She
Is that-
actually, I'm not going to say she tried. She insinuated that LeVar Ball was abusing his kids.
Oh yeah.
So he came back on the show and he pretty much kind of G-checked her on that because, as I was saying, LeVar Ball only acts wild and open like that when the cameras are on. Nobody can sustain that type of personality in real life. You'd be insufferable. Excuse me, because he was trying to promote his kid and the shoes and whatnot. So what they did, the Fox Sports 1, they got rid of her ass. They got rid of her ass. She wound up having to go to the NFL Network. Okay. And they had her doing sideline reporting, a little sideline reporting to mix in with her fantasy football stuff because she's good with numbers.
Yeah.
And she let that private conversation leak that she had between her and Baker Mayfield, where she instigated the conversation and then made herself the story. Never mind that she's sitting up here talking about how much she cared about Baker Mayfield. I swear you would think that they had sex in college the way she fawns over him.
Probably did.
Right. So of course. So what they did, what the NFL Network did was strip her of her sideline reporter duties. Okay. You can't get away with you can get away with that BS over on ESPN. Molly Querim can get away with that stuff over at ESPN. You cannot come over to these real professional networks where the men, just like ESPN, like how is it that you have a 90% male audience and you let your female little sideline goofies check and cause problems and division with your male co-hosts and whatnot? I mean, we're talking about seasoned athletes, and that's all because they're owned by Disney. All right, they're owned by Disney. Disney hires these freaking woke goofballs, all right, and give them airtime and writing creds and all of this stuff. So therefore, they are pretty much sinking the company. Because how many people actually watch ESPN? How many of y'all watch ESPN? Seriously,
I haven't consistently watched ESPN. Well, I will admit, I watch ESPN for their live sports coverage.
Yeah.
But as far as their shows, forget it.
Trash.
Right.
Because Sports Center, the show that really tied me to ESPN for the longest time, besides Sports Center, before they went left, was Mike and Mike in the Morning.
Facts. Mike and
yeah.
Mike.
Yeah,
Mike and Mike in the morning.
Mike in the morning until
Mike and Mike in the morning made me a fan. Mike and Mike in the morning made me a fan, and then ESPN decided to fuck that relationship sideways.
Split them up. Yeah, they broke them up.
They decided to split them up, and they had no business splitting them up. You know why? Because they had gotten bigger than the network. They were the most popular show on the network.
Yep.
They were the most popular show on the network. Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick were perfect together. And they started splitting them up. And they started splitting them up. And I want y'all to pay attention to this. They started splitting them up when they started getting bigger studios.
Yep.
And I want to say that's around 2009.
Same thing with Stephen A. Smith and what's his face.
Yeah,
that was the other reason. I didn't even watch. I didn't even listen to them as much as Mike and Mike, because Mike and Mike had better takes than Stephen A. and
Mike and Mike told the fucking truth.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Y'all are gonna hear me editing my show on the fly here. So Mike and Mike told the truth. That's what ESPN doesn't like. Mike and Mike told the truth about sports. They dove into the stats and everything like that. But Mike and Mike told the truth about what's going on in sports. They told the truth.
This new format. They switched over to this new format,
and it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks.
It flat out 1000% sucks, and
it's worse than the NFL Network.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's worse.
And Charles, can I get a little back up here? I asked this question on So Man Unfiltered, and I'm going to ask it here. How come a black male content creator like yours truly that does sports all day long and squashes it into sometimes 120 minutes or sometimes 240 minutes with truth telling and facts and all the pertinent stats that go on. Can't get any support. Yet ESPN, which has sucked for years,
Yeah.
they still even though they're hemorrhaging money to cover college football and cover the NFL and cover the NBA.
Because college football ain't selling. I tell you that. Besides March Madness, that's fly. Stop.
I can tell you real true why you don't get support. You want to know why you don't get support for real?
Talk to me.
Because you hate my Browns.
Curse of the Browns. Huh?
Talk about Brown and the Elf, and Pookie has a grudge to hold with me. No,
That's why you don't get no support. The Browns got.
Wait. While we're having fun with this, Pookie, I wasn't the only one that made fun of Brown and the Elf on my program. Okay.
Fucking Browns are oh God. And not even good defensively. Like for the Browns to even be defensive, even to be decent on one aspect of the ball is like that's like a legendary accomplishment for that organization. 50 years and running, no rain.
Trust me, last night I gave a 3-week analysis on the Browns. Look, we have a big problem with our defensive line, and it all starts with Myles Garrett. He played this. We're talking about Superman out there on the field playing like Clark Kent. You know, he can get them sacks if he wants to, but he chooses not to.
Hey, let's not talk about your O-line. You ain't got to even talk about that.
We got the best offensive line in football. Don't even go there. We're on our third center. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Who got a better line than Cleveland?
With Baker Mayfield, damn near being one of the highest sack QBs. You get the fuck out of here.
Excuse me.
I will
what
make
is
this.
Baker Mayfield doing in Carolina right now?
I will make this point.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
I will make this point, and then we'll get back on. And then we'll get back on point here. The best offensive line in the AFC right now, as much as it pains me to say this, belongs in Miami.
Dolphins are tearing it up.
Because they are keeping, for the simplest of reasons, and I can say Baltimore as well, they are keeping their quarterbacks upright.
But their running game suck.
But they can win though. The fucking Browns.
You keep your quarterback upright, then your running game will come along.
Hold on, wait, stop. In order for you to have one of the best offensive lines, you have to be able to run and pass effectively. The Browns can do both.
Somehow the Dolphins are making it work.
Yeah,
somehow the Ravens are making it work.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time, y'all.
Quarterback. I expect a quarterback not to be leading the league in sacks.
Okay, let's get back on point here.
Okay.
Let's get back on let's get back on point here, because BGS, and thank you for graciously saying this is my wheelhouse. Sports media, that's me all day long. And as I said before, Malika Andrews, because of her actions against Stephen A. Smith, should have been at the chopping block immediately.
Not only that, Snowman, it's my understanding Malika Andrews has a history of starting shit with people.
Yeah, this ain't their first.
And people are finally starting to notice.
Well, you know what? The thing is that what people don't understand, man, the black manosphere, man, it's got tentacles throughout the black. For black men all throughout the country. So when we actually start saying something and repeating stuff, man, that has an effect.
And
when
it
she said to
it pisses them off because they didn't say it first.
Yeah. So we jumped on them and
we
so
jumped all over it. BGS has said this on my show and I on his. We jumped all over it first, and it pisses him off.
Yeah.
It pisses him off. Quick plug. What I am going to try to do tonight, since the Dolphins are playing the Cincinnati Bengals, and I ran into a bunch of Bengal fans while I was driving today.
Fuck the Bengals too.
I ran into a bunch of Bengal fans, and I gave them as much shit as I playfully could. I will, if you guys would support me, I'm going to do a live play-by-play and reaction with that game tonight while I'm here in my office, and I'll start right at kickoff.
Okay.
and
All
I'm
right.
going to do
I'll
this.
be right there, bro. I'll
Thank
be
you.
right.
And
I
you
will.
can also make another promise and another free plug. The 49ers will beat every one of your favorite football teams.
Throw your link up like at least an hour ahead of time so I can share it.
Let me.
If
Yeah,
you
I'll
can,
do that.
if you can. I'm not
How do
saying
I get it? BGS? How do I get it to you?
No,
How
no.
do I get it to you?
I'm subscribed to you, so if you throw the link,
Okay.
you can actually email the. See, once you throw up program a show into YouTube, it'll actually
Yes.
show the
Okay.
the preview.
Okay.
It has a
Right.
link. Yeah,
Because what I'm trying to
either
do
email me the
is
link or
what I'm trying to do is move all my operations from StreamYard into OBS.
okay.
And I'm going to be working on this throughout parts of the afternoon. When my wife gets home, I'm gonna make sure she's settled. But I'm going to do a play-by-play and live reaction tonight with the Dolphins and the Bengals.
Okay.
My Cash App will be up there, and my Patreon will be up there, because what I want to do is start bringing in $2,000 a month to help my cause.
Okay.
And it's strictly it's I'm doing this, like I said, I've been declared disabled by the government of the state of Indiana, and AB Media can back me up on this. So can Panthro.
Yeah.
But I ain't getting any money.
The thing is YouTube is a funny. It's almost like the music business, right?
It is.
It's
It
an
is.
entertainment business. Sometimes you can be a one hit wonder and strike gold, but normally it's how they say it takes you a long time to be an overnight success. Okay.
Yes.
Sometimes YouTube is grind. You have to find it's hard to find your sweet spot. So the
Yeah.
thing is that I think you doing reactions and play by plays is good. I think one thing I want to tell you, okay, when you do Snowman in the morning, okay, instead of putting your number behind it, which is fine. Like when I used to do it for my my Saturday nights Coliseum, that was fine because everybody's going to show up anyway, right?
Mhm.
The thing is, for you need to because it's sports, right? You need to find whatever's hot, hashtag it #1, and put it into your title, so people that are actually interested in that particular subject or that particular story will actually start
Yes,
coming,
sir.
right?
Yeah,
Instead
that's
of
what I've
putting
started doing.
instead of putting a blank, number, it's Snowman in the morning, Snowman in the
Mhm.
morning, number, blah blah blah. You can do that, but put a whatever hot story that you guys are going to be talking about in the title. That way, YouTube and people will actually find it.
Yeah,
Okay.
actually,
Bring more
that's
people
what
to you.
that's what I've
So
started doing. BGS,
like
putting the
what
hashtag at the end.
like if you're
But
gonna do something on Andrews, Malika Andrews, right?
Mhm.
Put Snowman in the morning,
Malika
put
Andrews,
Malika
something.
Andrews or Stephen A. or whatever it is, so YouTube can actually find it and start sending people to you. Okay,
Okay.
that's one.
Right.
And
You know how to
do
do
that.
it.
and whatever stories you do, because you guys do a lot of stories, go
Yes.
into the description and put hashtag, and
Okay.
put the names of the stories that you can actually put up, so YouTube can actually put it in the algorithm and
Okay.
start sending more people to you.
I can do
Okay?
that.
Yeah,
I can do
that
that.
would be my advice to you, because
I will
looking
do
at
that.
your,
I will
looking at your
start. I will start
titles
with that tonight with the Dolphins and the Bengals.
and put it Dolphins, Dolphins
Miami Dolphins.
live reaction to Dolphins and Cincinnati and Bengals, okay?
And
put
don't
in the
forget to put the
reaction.
ads for Dolphins and Bengals.
And put
Say
a
it again?
hashtag put a hashtag Dolphins and Bengals and put live reaction, and so you can get people to you. You gotta let people know what you're doing, okay? Especially
Okay.
because you got a billion people, several billion people on YouTube. You got like 500 million YouTube channels. You gotta put something in there to let people know
Right.
why they should be interested in looking at you. Okay, that's what
Right.
I would say. Okay, but
Well, I got my new radio station channel
okay.
just ready to live stream to. So I'm gonna put this up now, and in the description I'm gonna put any hashtag I can.
It has any
think of.
hashtag, and if you got anything on the outside, like your Patreon, a radio station, whatever it is,
Yeah.
you guys are really good at doing spots, man. You guys are really good at doing commercials, man. Do your own
Yeah.
commercials.
Yeah,
In fact, you should also advertise, man, that you and your team would also help do commercials for other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
especially big
Okay.
people like Dennis, like the lead attorney, like whoever the big people are that do well. But the thing is, they don't have like good spot commercials, good spot sounds,
Right.
man.
Right.
Talk to them, man, because you guys do good spots. I like this the way you guys do your spots. And
No, that's
and,
all.
and
That's the genius of my executive producer Cole Johnson, because
whatever talents you
whatever.
have, man.
Yeah, I
Got,
provide
got, got,
I
got,
provide the audio. He does the video.
man, you got
And
to put them holes on the block, as the pimp says. Okay.
true.
Okay.
And there's one person in this chat that I want to do a commercial for and enter into an advertising agreement for, and that's Charles
Okay.
for Black Lion Security Firm. I do the opening billboard when I open the show. When I do the opening billboard, and I'm gonna have Cole do this also on days where I don't come in till later. I'm gonna write my opening billboard and make sure Cole gets a copy of it, so everybody that is on, that when Cole and I are on, we can do that. And Charles, I owe you some paperwork. I'm gonna get to it. I don't have a game tomorrow night because the folks in Seymour, Indiana said their press box is too small, and they already granted their visiting press space to the local radio station here. And I'm thinking, okay, you couldn't find a spot for me in the in the space where the PA announcer is. But I thought about it, and I said, you know what? Their loss. Because last Friday, I had people asking me where people are listening from, and I said, as far west as Colorado, and they looked at me and went, "What?"
Further to that,
because my friend Sam Shady tuned in.
Yeah,
and when I posted the picture of me from the booth, my wife was the first one to pimp it out and tell people, "Hey, my husband's on the air." My wife is the first one to brag about me.
And that's a good wife. Yeah.
Royston Gibbs said, and stop hating on LeBron. No, LeBron hates on himself. Damn it.
What? You and the Bron-sexuals, man.
The Bron-sexual confessions are one of the most popular segments on the show.
Get the fuck out of here.
Seriously.
Stop comparing yourself to Michael Jordan. You won't have these fucking issues.
Say it again.
I was saying, stop comparing yourself to Michael Jordan. You won't have these issues, man. You just won't.
All right, folks. I got to bow out, folks. So.
Thank you, BGS. Thanks for your game. Thanks for the free game, BGS. I appreciate it. I'm gonna definitely.
No. I meant to tell you that, man, a while back.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at your stuff and I said, for all our people, man, I'm always trying to figure out how can I,
right.
Get people to a certain level.
And I'm gonna do a more detailed description when I set the link up in a couple of hours for
your description, either before or after. But always, man, work. I see your stuff. Work on your headlines. Your headlines are your advertisement, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got to give people a reason to look, and also if you work on your thumbnails, right? If there's a hot story. Always and this is something that comes from from O'Shea says this. A few others say this, right?
I can say thank God for Canva, because I have a year-long subscription to Canva, and it's really helped my thumbnails.
But the thing is, since you do sports, man, always check your trending topics for sports, man. And always put that title, whatever that trending topic is, put it in your title and put it in as a hashtag so that YouTube will find it.
It'll move
your videos up and start sending more people to you. Okay. Help your videos.
I'm gonna hop on this. I'm gonna hop on this now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I gotta get some housework done before my wife gets home. I want her to have a stress-free night, as much of a stress-free night as possible, because she knows I'm in here all times of the night, and I want her to be like comfortable.
And you gotta take care of a good woman, man. Go ahead, babe. What you gonna say?
What I was gonna say is, like, how many shows do you do a day?
I got my main show, and
Right.
I'm
What
in the
time do you start?
process.
'Cause sometimes when I wake up, I see that you're
8
on. So
a.m.
what time do you normally
8
start?
a.m. 8 a.m. Eastern time.
So you go from what, 8 to 10?
Sometime I'm well, beginning Monday, it'll be 8 to noon.
Here's an idea that you should probably start doing, because
I'm
as you can
listening.
see, there are a lot of people here in the NFL who
Yes.
they have their own favorite sports teams that have their own YouTube channels. You need to
Yes.
before like really months before the games are played, and just
Mhm.
get them on to like talk about the big matchups and everything, how
Yeah.
they feel about it. Maybe get some post game interviews and whatnot. That'll help boost your sports channel. Also,
Okay.
don't be afraid to advertise yourself on Reddit. You know, as far as like creating your own subreddit, Snowman in the Morning. You know, with such and such. Go ahead and start doing that. Start what you want to do. You want to start drawing people to you
Yeah.
on social media, while behind the scenes you're grabbing people to come and talk on the program.
Can
You understand?
someone I have a favor to ask. As much as I love my photographic memory, can someone email these tips to me and I can enact them almost immediately? Because like I said, as soon as I get my housework done, I'm gonna be here in the lab working.
Playback.
Hook him up, fellas.
Someone let me
Playback.
put my email up here right now. Stand by.
Like I said, we're at 4 hours 16 in. So go back probably like 15 minutes to when BGS was just up here. Get you a notebook, record it like that, and then probably
Yeah.
write it a couple of times.
Yeah,
Remember.
I got my email. My email's in the back chat.
All right.
If I'll speak it here. bsnowmultimedia@gmail.com. AB, I think you
Somebody
have my
said here,
email
as a
address.
matter of fact, here's what I'll do. Because I you and I were Twitter friends, right? So
Yes.
what's the timestamp, fellas? What's the timestamp when BGS started talking?
It was like a minute 04. Just 4 hours. Just go tell them to start at 4 hours because we're at like 4
Okay.
hours.
So the
right
4
now.
hour mark.
Just start
How far are we? We're 4 minutes and what in?
4:16.
4 hours and 16, 17.
Okay.
So I'll just
All right,
start
so
at 4
I'll
hours.
take the 4 minute mark. I'll Snowman. All right, Snowman. That's what I'll do. I'll send you the 4 minute mark.
Okay, thank you.
That
Thank
way
you.
you can
Thank you.
go back and read.
Okay.
Do this.
But yeah, man, this shit is ridiculous, man. I'm just saying this.
Yeah.
more
I want to
goofy.
use the tips that was told to me here today and really get my subscriber count up, my Patreon, because the Patreon is going to support my family.
Oh, by the way, Snowman.
Yes.
By the way, I need to have a really serious talk with Ray from the LJPN network because I got a young pain from the Green Corn.
Anybody that saw the debut of the LJPN on Snowman in the Morning, one, it's fucking hilarious, and two, I will make sure I repost it when I do Best of Snowman in the Morning this weekend. So it's gonna be hilarious. Now I gotta bow out, and Charles, if you're listening, if you could plug my Patreon, I'll make sure I put that link up here now. If you could plug my Patreon and my Snowstrong Carolina initiative via the Cash App, I would appreciate it.
God damn it. Where are you?
Just remember, folks, because we take this job seriously.
What all kinds of blue hell?
Excuse me,
that's one of our award winners. I swear to God, that's one of our award winners. All right, let me step out. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. I love you guys. And tonight, 8 p.m. on my channel, Snowman in the Morning 50 is where you can find my play-by-play and reaction to the game tonight. I will if you're subscribed to my channel, thank you. If not, please subscribe because when the link goes out, that's where y'all can find it and subscribe.
Final word of advice: schedule out your drops in your podcast so people can share them ahead of time. Like if you had it scheduled out, I could just drop your link right now and people go over there and subscribe, turn the bell on.
Well,
so
you mean it's gonna take a while, and I'm
just saying,
yeah. I gotta block out time now to to do my yeah, I got to block out time, and that's something the wife's taught me to do. All right,
YouTube
let me step,
video.
let me step away. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, cool.
All right.
Hey. What was that, AB?
I didn't say anything.
Somebody cut out.
Hey,
But-
Bitter.
Yes.
How things over in your in ATL these days?
In what sense? Because the biggest story we got going on right now is what happened with Shaka Zulu. Okay.
What do you mean?
Zulu.
Shaka Zulu, he's a like a music producer or a manager or something.
Yeah.
And what happened was, and this is what killed me, you got to take it back to where you had the DA, the district attorney was trying to tell all of these celebrity people, black celebrities here in Atlanta, hey, stop posting your locations, stop taking pictures of your jewelry and all of this stuff, because what happens is you're taking pictures of your possessions and then you're posting your locations. And gang here, they started here in DeKalb County, and they spread out the Sandy Springs and stuff where all these rich black folks live, these celebrities, because you know that people like to live in a cluster amongst each other, and they start breaking in these people's homes. One time they did a home invasion. The woman, she had her 16-year-old daughter. She was naked in the shower, and they yanked her downstairs. Luckily, they didn't assault her like that, physically, besides the yanking her, but they told them stop doing that. So now here you have, not even a month later, 3 weeks later, 2 weeks later, really, Shaka Zulu gets in this situation where some pookie ass nigga trying to floss for his friends, he tried to get a free table at Shaka's little restaurant here, which makes a lot of money. It's a busy spot. The brother's popular. So, black excellence. So the guy was waiting on him in the parking lot, and Shaka Zulu was, of course, greeting people as they pulled in, and then he started walking the parking lot. And keep in mind, he's got a gun on him, but his security is not doing their jobs because they're nowhere near him by the time that this guy circles around. And this woman broke down the video. She said, the guy that got killed, she said you could see him like waiting, watching Shaka with his 4 other friends sitting on the car waiting to figure out what to do. So when Shaka started coming up, the dude told his boys, hey, here they come. Here he comes. In the car and got a gun. You can see him get a gun, tuck it in his waistband. So then one of them positioned themselves to one side of the area to where the guy who got killed, he went to the left to confront Shaka as he walked forward. And there was a car between them. On the right top side of that bumper, one of the other dudes that was part of the jump in the Shaka was over on that side. He came around. So therefore, if Shaka called himself trying to retreat, the dude would cut him off from trying to retreat. Do you understand? He was surrounded. They surrounded him. They went and got their guns, their heaters and stuff, and then they surrounded him. The guy that wound up getting killed, that he put his hands on, and do understand, this is why the DA is trying to press charges, saying murder, was because Shaka grabbed the guy. He grabbed his shoulder and the guy's wrist. Now, the mitigating circumstances that you don't see in the video was that Shaka said the guy was starting to reach in his pocket like he was going to pull out a gun because the argument got heated. It's like, nigga, what the fuck do you think you get off where you feel I owe you a free table? You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. So the guy was trying to pull out a gun. Shaka grabbed his shoulder and his wrist, and that's when he got jumped. Okay? They was kicking and stomping on him till security ran up, and these bitch ass niggas, they just threw their hands up like, what you doing? Like they trying to block, like they playing blockage. These dudes had guns on them. So when Shaka got up, they still trying to get at him. Security them back so to keep them back. The other dudes pulled out their guns, and that's when the gunfire started happening. They got to shooting at each other. Shaka got hit a few times. The other dudes got hit a few times. The one guy got murdered, the one who started the shit. he got killed. So they charged Shaka with murder. And it's like, no, if Shaka wouldn't have pulled out his gun, if he would have just stood there and never touched the guy or anything, there's a 90% chance that he would have been killed that night. So he was self-defense. This is what his lawyers are arguing. Like, no, it was self-defense. These dudes set a trap. They were laying in wait for him. They waited till they got him by himself, and the main guy tried to kill him. Because Shaka wouldn't give him a fucking table, a free table in a restaurant. This is how dumb these niggas are down here.
And that bitch.
Right. So
just because he's black and you're honestly, that's what it all breaks down to. Because
he's black.
And
DA is black. She a black woman.
Man.
But this is, and you wonder why Stacey Abrams can't get what the fuck? Like, bitch, if you go straight by the video, then yes, you can say that. But what happened on the scene says that, oh no, this is a case of self-defense, and all of these guys need to be prosecuted. There was even a guy in the video, a guy punched Shaka Zulu's girlfriend in the face. She was just trying to figure out what was going on. Once the guy, after this is when the security guard showing up, she's trying to figure out if he was okay. The dude just sucker punched her for no reason. Knocked her to the fucking ground. They ain't even pressed no charges on him. They all know. Yeah, all the parties involved, they know who they are, but they didn't press any charges on him. They didn't press no charges on any of them. Talking about some where they were just trying to defend their friend. From what? Not letting, from Shaka Zulu, not letting him kill him? It's bullshit. There's a whole case of bullshit. The DA is full of shit. This is the same situation that happened up in New York with the deli worker, the bodega worker that killed that little stupid ass nigga.
Yeah, black people trying to defend that goofy shit. Right. Like, nah, bro. You don't go behind.
I'd have shot him from behind the counter. You got me fucked up.
Right. Once you come behind that counter, exactly. You're committing a robbery, and I'm blowing you the fuck away.
Once you step behind that counter, that's not my problem.
Right. Once you come behind that counter, I have to see you as a threat. I have to see you as trying to rob me because you have no business behind that counter.
Boom.
Flat out. So that's what's going on.
They're trying to make it seem like we should feel bad for the brother. The brother just got hit because of his own misfortunes and misdeeds. He was trying to physically dominate the man.
What are you talking about?
The dude in the bodega. He was trying to physically dominate him off the word of somebody else, and he violated the law in this process. But he expected him to
the guy.
Yeah.
He physically assaulted the guy and had a knife. What the fuck did you expect that bodega dude to do?
Because he was behind the counter. He was behind the counter before stabbing.
Thank you. He was behind the counter just doing his job. He was trying to fight that nigga.
Before he pulled the knife out, he was trying to fight his ass. Remember?
Right. Because he let some raggedy bitch put a battery in his back over her not having enough money for some fucking junk food snacks. And he gonna come behind the counter. I'm sorry, bro. You got exactly what the fuck you deserve. I don't care nothing about no race. I don't care nothing about no economic conditions. I'm sorry. Your mentality got you murdered. Actually, it got you killed. It got you killed. That's what happens. 99% of the time, motherfucker, especially when it comes to black on black crime, it's because of somebody's mentality. So, especially when it comes to third party violence, where you let some black woman make you her attack dog, and now either you or the person who fucked you up is now in legal hot water, and somebody's going to jail. 9 times out of 10, it ain't the chick. 9 times out of 10, it ain't the chick. It's usually you, because you want to be Captain Save-A-Ho.
Tired of this shit off the word of what and for what. Like, honestly.
Right. For what? I get so tired of seeing stories about some woman had an argument with a clerk somewhere. So now she called somebody. Now, okay, like the McDonald's situation where the brother behind the counter got shot and killed because he got shot and killed out in the parking lot because he thought he was a tough guy?
No.
Sorry, bruh. You deserve that because you never should have made fun of that dude's mama. That's why she called. You should have just gave her the real fries, but that's what happens when you have niggas as employees. Instead of them giving her fresh fries like she asked for, they 3 fries on the top, you know, as a way of trying to trick her. Like, you fucking bitch, I'd have fired every last one of them motherfuckers. Like, how dare you? Give that woman what she asked for. She paid for fresh fries. Throw the shit away. It ain't costing you a penny. Throw the shit away. Put some fresh fries on, which should already be dropped anyway. And just tell her, well, give us a few minutes. That's all the fuck you got to say. But you such lazy, inconsiderate, ill-mannered, disrespectful pieces of shit that y'all cause for somebody to get murdered.
Should we be surprised?
Shit. You got fucking, what? I forget the name of the restaurant. Some burger place, the drive-through chick shooting guns at a family man in his car simply because they forgot his fries. He wanted to get his fries. He showed that he paid for them. And she was like, no. She was like, well, fuck it. I'll buy another box. And she said no. And then gonna pull out a gun and shoot at him. They gave this bitch a year probation. Like, are you kidding me? She should be doing 7 years. Whatever y'all penalty is for having an illegal firearm, that should be her penalty because what she did was way above common sense and decency. She could have killed one of his kids. A stray bullet could have hurt somebody. You need to teach people like that a lesson.
But they're not.
Right.
They need them to create more dysfunction.
Her life was not in danger. Y'all mad over a freaking argument, and this is where you go. And then people, look, let me bro situation. Like I keep saying, fuck worrying about bitches overseas. Get the fuck out of this country. This is what you're going through. Where a simple little disagreement where somebody can be like, oh man, you know, either whether y'all agree or disagree, you walk away. You walk away, you continue your day, and then it becomes a story to talk about, and you forget about it even before your head even hit the pillow. Now it escalates until there's gunplay, there's violence involved. Stupid shit. Gunplay is involved. This is where you want to live and try to bring up children and all of that shit when you could be living in the lap of luxury as a rich man?
Man.
Excuse me, Marcus Garvey was the original major passport bro. He wasn't chasing bitches, was he?
No.
Why did he want to leave? Why did they want to repatriate? Because United States is not for black men. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, white people sabotaged him. Just like black women call themselves trying to sabotage us. But it's like, bitch, you don't have the power, authority, the finances, the nothing. All you doing is running your fucking mouth. But fellas, stop talking about chasing pussy. Because I'm sorry. It does not help your cause as a man. Get the fuck out of here because of the conditions of this society, not because of bitches. Because bitches should be the last thing on your mind when it comes to traveling.
Bam. If I may speak.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Bitter?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, Marcus Garvey, what decade was he again?
1930s.
1930s, okay. Here's my question to him. Where, and I say this as an African, you talk about going back to Africa. My question to you, sir, is where are you going to come up? Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go?
Well, back then, I believe it was what? Liberia and what was the other country? BGS? Oh, he gone. I think it was Liberia and
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. That's where
Ethiopia was about to get but Ethiopia got invaded in 1935.
Yeah, okay, but we're talking about 1932.
Yeah, 1932. My question is, Liberia, that's the person you're gonna go to? Let me tell you something. Liberia was not the haven that people thought it was.
I get that, but you understand it was better than here.
I understand that.
Better
I
than
understand
here.
that. And the
So
indigenous population
you
and
understand, you understand. Okay, they were going through this in real time. Now with history, now with revisionist history, we can see where there may have been a mistake made. But back then, it wasn't no mistake. It was like, yo, fuck these niggas, let's go.
All right.
It was on some Noah's Ark type of shit, which is what it's going to take. We as black men have to Noah's Ark this shit. I've been saying it for years. Back when Obama got elected and niggas was getting shot for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then between those snacks, and he wasn't doing shit but having a beer with a fucking cop to kiss their ass some more and turn a blind eye. You gotta Noah's Ark this shit. Fuck what happens when you get there. That's the thing with pioneers. Pioneers get there and they suffer the consequences. They lay the groundwork. Blood, sweat, and tears, so that way when the next generation comes along, they have it better than you do. That's the whole point.
Understood.
So right, so let's not revisionist history it like, oh, well, see, well, this is where they fucked up. They at the time they wasn't thinking about fuck that shit. That's future shit. That is now the what was future to them is the past to us. And I'm pretty sure had they done it correctly, it wouldn't have been like it is now.
What are you getting
But
all
you
hyped
never
about?
know until you try, right? You don't know until you try it. So right now, all this passport bro shit, this shit been going on for almost 100 years. For almost 100 years.
I can tell you, it hasn't been easy for a lot of people. Like, take the Rastas, for example. There's a place in Ethiopia called Sheshemenye.
Uh-huh.
That was land granted to them by the the Emperor Haile Selassie.
Huh?
That was land granted to them, to the Rasta community in Ethiopia by Emperor Haile Selassie. It's called Sheshemenye.
Okay.
Now,
so what's the problem?
Well, they were okay there, but since the 1990s, they've been dealing with immigration and shit like that. So a lot of them Jamaicans they're considered illegal immigrants there, and they can't be repatriated, though many have remarried into the local populations.
So in other words, they're now part of the local. They're now localized. They're citizens.
Somewhat localized, but they haven't fully been fully
accepted indoctrination. Right, because you got two clashing cultures going on. That's why they put them. Do understand? That's why Haile Selassie put them in a certain area. Here is your land. They practice y'all little culture and religious freedoms and all this shit over here. Don't bring this shit over here. Keep this shit over here. So now that after they've been there for so long, they're starting to expand. You got people coming in and out. Their culture is starting to clash with the local culture.
They got shut down though. They got shut down in 74 because 1974 there was a coup that took out Haile Selassie. Now you had a military junta.
So
on
now,
top of that, hold it. Let me break it down.
I'm listening.
You forget 1974, they were also dealing with political turmoil because where I'm from, they annexed us in 1962 after we started an armed rebellion for our independence from their rule. So you think I'm lying?
So they annexed you. Okay.
They federated us in 52. Then they annexed us in 62. We went to war from 61 and didn't get our independence till 91. In that time, and this is where all things interconnected. In that time, the folks in Sheshemenye, they were kind of shut down when the coup of 74 took place, which means nobody was getting in or out of whatever. So they were tracking them. And then you had also the civil war that was going on in Ethiopia from 74 up until 91 as well. That removed the Derg junta, along with what was going on in neighboring Eritrea.
And what was the point of the Civil War?
I'd like to say this real quick. Thank you, Jesse Ville, for your generous donation. Woo! Here's to help those black boys.
Okay. Civil war took place because One, there were some groups that opposed the military junta. Many of them and these rebel groups that came, and many as rebel groups were forming in retaliation to this rule because they realized this group in 70 because they realized this group is just meant to start some shit. No, they wanted to suppress us or suppress them. So the Civil War came about by 74 or 75 at the latest. Most of the groups started forming like in the mid 70s or in the 80s. And many of them were ethnic regional because this is primarily Amhara-based military junta. And they were trying to maintain a certain status quo, and that means control. And a lot of people weren't having it. So many of these groups, some of them were Marxist, some of them were pro-democracy, were fighting for greater autonomy for their ethnicities and for the region. And then
you had over culture. You had culture wars.
No, these were ethnic regional, actually, but yeah.
Yeah, ethno-regional, cultural, philosophical, political.
Yeah.
It was one. Yeah, so you had different groups fighting for control.
For control or greater autonomy for themselves or self-determination and such.
Right. See, that's why. Look, this is why I said when I found the ghost. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, because a lot of y'all didn't know back then, but this was during after the George Zimmerman situation. And the police black folks like crazy. I went and looked because I never forget. I saw this video on these ghost towns, okay, that were here in the United States that had good infrastructure. It just needed to be updated. I found one for $1.8 million. Okay, only thing it needed, it had all this land. It had a bunch of houses, and it had a post office, everything. It just needed something. It needed income. So I said this whole project would really cost about $25 million. 1.8 for the land, probably another $1 million in refurbishing the infrastructure. But your biggest allotment of money would be spent on building the factory that would produce the 5 things that black people spend their money on the most. Can you name what those 5 things are?
Weave, shoes, and please break it down. I'm kind of lost.
Go ahead. Weed, shoes. Go on.
Weave, I said shoes. Liquor. Chicken, maybe.
Female beauty products.
Beauty products. Sorry, beauty products.
Female beauty products, and what else? It's one big shoot. One thing we always spend money on. Black or white, the money goes there first and foremost. Shoes, my nigga, shoes.
Didn't I say that a while ago?
No, you said weed and liquor.
I also said shoes at one point.
Okay, well, if you said shoes, then you got shoes.
I said weed.
Yeah, he said shoes.
I said weed.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Look,
you can put weed and alcohol together. Weed and alcohol can go together. Shoes.
No, not weed. Weave.
Oh, well, weed is not saying how it's legal in majority of these states. Weed, you can throw weed and alcohol together. Then you can do beauty products. That's why I said beauty products, be they male or female. But you'll make a lot more money on female beauty products. So you got weed, liquor, beauty products, tennis shoes, entertainment, because you could build a freaking a sound stage and everything where they can go out there and you give them better tax breaks than Georgia. You give them better tax breaks than Georgia gives them on shooting because you own the land. Okay? You own the land. You built the do is come in and rent the studios. If you own the if you are a production company, we got the studio spaces just sitting here empty. Big sound lots and everything. All you got to do is just bring your trucks, bring your equipment. Just bring your stuff. You can shoot out here. You can actually use the town. We will build with the profits. We'll build a ghost town for you to use for whatever. We can modernize it. We got a modern set. We got a future set. We got an old-timey set. You can use either one of these. Am I making sense here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then the fifth one, God damn it, the fifth one. Let's see. Okay, you got weed, alcohol, shoes, t-shirts, all the club, what you can throw up under clothiers. Then you got the entertainment section. You got the beauty section. Okay, it's one more thing that black people. This is what I forgot. It's one more thing that black people spend their money on the most.
Rent,
Okay.
cars.
Fuck. I can't believe I forgot what it was.
Describe it. Describe it.
I'm drawing a huge blank. We got alcohol. We got the vices. We got vices. We got clothes and shoes. We got beauty products. We got entertainment. It's one more thing. I want to say food, but I don't want to go there. I mean, you could have a natural farm. You could go there. But that's right. I think I already said it. Right. The leasing of the property. The leasing of the property for studios. If you're a black filmmaker, dude, all you got to do, just pay us what you can afford. Better yet, if you want, you can come in here and pay us at a low rate. Just pay us at cost, and then we'll take 20% of your gross profits of your movie sales. And that way, boom, everything is filled. It's the same thing with like with an athlete. You grab these college athletes, okay? Like, don't sign with Nike or Reebok because they only gonna give you your little 90 million while they collect 900 million. Instead, what we'll do, we have on deck 5 of the best sneakerheads in the country, which of course we're gonna get from New York. And we'll pay them to help design your shoe. All you got to do is just give us the front money to pay these guys to help design the shoe. Then pay us the production cost of getting the shoe done. You can do that with your signing bonus money. And we'll take 20% off the top of your gross product sales. Them ball shoes, they were ugly for what the cost was. Them shits was ugly. And I'm like, who the fuck designed this shoe? I don't even like tennis shoes like that. And I thought that shoe was ugly. But imagine if you would have had some sneakerheads design a shoe, okay? That shit would have been fly. You got to trust the people who know shoes. And they not always corporate people. They the people in the streets. You know what I'm saying? They the people in the streets. You got a guy on Netflix who sells used clothing, posters, everything from the vintage era, from the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s. This dude is making a fucking killing. All he running is a thrift store. And he's just selling throwback merchandise, and he's making so much money, he got a Netflix show. You understand what I'm saying? The average person, if you turn to the average person that know they shit and have them work your shit, man, I'm telling you, you will clean up. You will clean up. The production company, that was the fifth one. New production for entrepreneurs. And you'll clean up, and that town will grow. It'll grow and it'll grow. You'll add more buildings. You'll be able to improve more of the infrastructure. And my whole point of that is that, look, all are welcome. If you're black, all are welcome. But do understand that we're going to section you off. Just like Haile Selassie did. We're going to section you off so that way, y'all, whatever culture or religion y'all believe in, y'all keep this shit in y'all area. Okay? Do not impose your shit on somebody else. Respect other people's beliefs as much as you want them to respect yours. And every week, or every month,
and you're getting problems in areas. So yeah,
right. Your leaders will come in. We'll have the town hall meeting. We'll sit down with the governance of the city, and we'll go through what needs to be done to help improve your areas. We'll have that money because the tax base will be there very low because the town is making money. We're not taxing you, the citizens who work here. We're taxing the corporations and the people from the outside who come here to use our services. That's where our profits come from. So if your street needs to be repaired on 13th and Headland, guess what? Okay, we'll have a crew out there this week.
all right.
You know what I'm saying? Won't be no 6-month project. We knock it out as fast as we can. It'll be my whole thing was having a black utopia. Did it work out?
No.
Of course not. You know why?
Because of niggas.
Right. They love, look, the worst thing that happened to us for being captive for so long is the Stockholm Syndrome. So now you sit up here, you want to shit on passport bros because they sounding like goofy little kids talking out of their dicks about why they going overseas instead of talking out of their brains. So now the whole thing has a stain on it. When in all honesty, it's really being your own personal Noah's Ark. Get the fuck out of here. You're living, I mean, I grew up in the church. We're living in the, and when she looked back, she turned into a pillar of salt. That's not literal, that's metaphorical, because she was salty, because she missed the life that she had as they were leaving the city, as it cannibalized itself. The city was destroying itself. It's the same thing with the United States. That when chicks sit up here and say, "Oh, don't worry, you'll be back." Like, yeah, that is if you've been that indoctrinated into American culture. No, you moving to another country, going through that culture shock, not having the same amenities that you had here in the United States. Of course, you're going to get homesick and want to go back, and probably will go back. That's you being salty, turning into a pillar of salt. But in all honesty, if you truly want a better life, you get the fuck out of there and you don't go back. You've made your decision. And it's cheap, but at the same time, it's expensive. What a lot of people don't seem to understand. Because if you go through the currency transfer rate, get this from. And I tell people, I'm like, look, if you're over the age of 40 and you got 150K, if you get your hands on 150K, you can move overseas and live a comfortable life for the rest of your life and never have to work again, because you'll be a multi-millionaire over there in their money. But the thing about it is that you have to live a regular, moderate lifestyle. You cannot splurge. Or you'll find yourself,
you splurge, you attract attention. And you got enough attention as is when you come over there, because in certain parts, they're gonna look at you like, he floss no too much.
Right. You can't go over there like a tourist being some wild heathen Negro, throwing money everywhere, chasing bitches, trying to pay for pussy. When, these women, they see that you're an American. The way we look at them is the same way they look at us. Ooh, you're an exotic piece of fruit. You're an exotic mark. Right. Or you could be a mark. And if you out there trying to lead with your wallet like you out here in the United States, trying to get women the same way because you think they're materialistic and you can buy any bitch you want, then yeah, you setting yourself up to get fucked up. That's on you, dummy. That's one of the main reasons I'm like, yo, stop telling people you going over there and that you pay for pussy overseas. Because these women do understand. These women, they know y'all from a mile. They see y'all coming. Them women overseas, especially in the tourist section, they see you coming from a mile away. Yeah, of course they'll set you up. You the dumbass leading with your pocket. You begging for it.
You have any idea how prevalent crime is in some of these places? I mean, take Brazil, for example.
Yeah. And who's the biggest targets?
White boys.
Yeah, and white boys, they don't naturally live there. They're usually traveling. And 9 times out of 10, what are they doing when they're traveling?
Splurging, drinking.
They tricking. Right, they tricking. And you got black dudes over here who do the same thing, tricking mentality, and they wind up getting fucked up.
I've had a talk with certain friends, right? Now, thankfully for me, I grew up in the Middle East, so I understand how racism works over there. But you think I'm bullshitting?
No, I was laughing when Zemo said Negro segregation. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to do that just to keep the peace going.
They were telling me about what their experiences were like over there. And these are white Scandinavians. They talked about how they went to certain places. I said, yeah. And I explained to them, yeah, I understand why you went through that situation because this, that, and the third. Because I grew up in that culture. But I remember one of them told me some stories about what it was like when they went to Thailand shit. And I was like, yeah, good reason why I wouldn't want to go there.
What happened? They took their white ass over there, and what happened?
No, one was a female friend, and she talked about how. Now, my friend, she's like, this friend of mine, she's like 5'4", 5'5".
Oh yeah, they don't respect women travelers. Go on.
No, she went with a bunch of friends.
Were they majority female?
Female and males. It was a mixed group, but most of them are alphabet and women. Now,
They don't respect female travelers. But go on.
Yeah. She talked about how she went to like one of the tourist hotspots there, like one of the local bars and shit. And she talked about how. Now my friend, she's like 5'4", 5'5". She's white. She's got some big ass tits on her. And next thing you know, they went to a certain shit. They went to say a night show or some shit like that, right? We had all the dancing girls and shit.
Mm-hmm.
The white and then them Thai girls started rubbing up on her and some shit like that. And she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And they're like, "No, big breasts. I have to rub them. Big, good luck for me." I'm like, "What?" She was getting her tits rubbed and shit, whatnot. Next time I remember was somebody got hit on by a trans chick and some shit like that as well. I'm like, that's why I don't want to come to places. I don't want to go to places like that. Too wild.
Oh, in Thailand.
So for you, it's a sexual thing. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, when it comes to female travelers, they do well, especially black women. They do well in European-based countries, European male-led countries. They do well there because they just going there to fuck white boys. But as black men, where we go, where we feel safe, is as far as like Germany, South America, the East, the Orient, where we're more welcome. Yeah, female travelers aren't necessarily welcome there because you're going into another man's patriarchy where you don't have the rights and freedoms that a man would have in those countries. You understand? So it's like a flip floppy. Because I know your ass ain't trying to talk about some going to fucking like Holland or Beirut or something. I'm not going to Dubai as a man, as a black man, talking about some vacation.
Oh, I would never go back. I would never go to Dubai. I would never go to Dubai. I know too many friends who are
as a black woman, you can go to Dubai.
Why? What's wrong with Dubai?
Well, first of all, it's safe, but you're not as free as you think. And you got to watch yourself sometimes in certain places, like certain, for example, Norwegian woman. She was sexually assaulted when she was there, right? And when she tried to report it, they arrested her for having inappropriate sexual relations and whatnot because Sharia law and everything. However, somebody from the Norwegian embassy should have contacted the Norwegian embassy about that shit because she was sexually assaulted by a coworker, and this coworker was European as well, but they didn't do nothing about it. Another case I remember is like I don't know, somebody gave the tip off about how they white person also talks about how they greeted their friends, right? And a female friend, they hugged her and some shit like that. Next thing you know, when they stepped out, they got approached by cops or some bullshit. Even though they're Westerners and they're in a place where they can legally drink alcohol and shit. And you gotta show your passport if you want to consume alcohol in certain places. You know what I'm saying? And not to mention, there's a lot of prostitution down there, but they're trying to keep that on lock.
A little bit more lockdown, okay. So, I mean, respected them. I don't blame them. Respected them.
Right, like he was saying about the chick who got sexually assaulted. All right, and those, especially in Middle Eastern countries that are Muslim, and you are not. I mean, you have to strictly adhere to their laws, or else, as far as they're concerned, you were asking for it.
I know.
This whole situation, there's a whole situation going on in Iran right now where they killed this woman for not wearing a hijab.
No, it was the
Okay.
morality cops because
Right.
Iran, they attacked her, and she's a Kurd as well. She's an ethnic Kurd, not a Persian.
Right. And so she's dead. She's dead, and now they
She
got a whole
killed
civil.
women, yeah, because they've
Yeah,
been so tired of the abuse these people have. Because you saw a similar shit like this back in the 2000s in Saudi Arabia. The morality cops, somebody in their custody died. And it was a man who died in their custody. I also remember a situation where 3 religious cops were harassing this British man and his Saudi wife. They started assaulting him. He's trying to defend himself. His wife tried to help him. They knocked her, and he's like, "That's my wife. How dare you?" And fortunate for him, they couldn't. The British nationals, because he's a British national and whatnot. The British embassy got involved and intervened, and they told him, "Listen, you need to cut that shit out." He and his wife. His wife is Saudi, but he's a British national. Yeah. It's also an interracial couple because she's dark. She's the black Saudi. But these young girls were just there just to start some shit, and they claim to be part of the morality police. Of course, now in the last few years, since the new regime is in power, the new king in power, and the crown prince who's now running this shit, they've run that. They've had to silence them down. They shut that shit down a bit. But in Iran, the morality cops, they unfortunately beat this young woman to death. Now she's from the north. She's not from Tehran. She came to Tehran because she was visiting relatives and whatnot. And she had her hijab on like she's supposed to, but somebody just wanted to flex their authority and shit. Next thing you know, you got all these protests. And they're sick of that shit.
Yeah, you don't see it.
Iran was never like this. Iran was never like this.
Pete,
hold on.
They were saying, hold on, Pete. They were saying that they tried to issue a media blackout as far as what's going over there because they don't like to unlike the United States, they don't like to air their dirty laundry. But this shit is all over TikTok. It's all over TikTok.
They're shut down also the communication because the protesters using the internet to communicate with each other.
Exactly. Like they haven't. It's pretty much like our civil rights riots over here. They're having that over there. It's the women versus the government, the morality police government.
It's a repeat of 09. Sorry, go ahead.
I already said it.
Yeah, like I said, it's a repeat of 09 because 2009 you had an election that took place, and then people were not happy with the re-election of what's his face, and next thing you know, protesters came out. The protesters came out to challenge the results because they claimed it was a sham election. It was so fucked up,
Well, see, it's pretty much look. The way I see it is the same way I say to us, the same way I say to feminists, the same way I say to anybody else. If you don't like the way shit is going in a society with their own shit, isolate yourself. There are plenty of ghost towns. There's about 8 or 9 ghost towns for sale. Get y'all money together, buy the shit, rebuild the infrastructure, find yourself a way to feed yourselves through currency. All right? And shut the fuck up. You can either do that or look, my thing is that you can leave the country, you can form your own shit, your own nation within a nation, which of course, they're going to tear your shit down anyway. But at least just try to stay under the radar, even go to the UN, get recognized if you have to. But the main thing is to shut the fuck up. Don't bitch and complain. If you can't vote your way out of it, then it's what do they say? With the ballot of the bullet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shit. If the ballot don't work, time to get your gun. Right. Get your gun and protect your shit. Get the fuck on. But get the fuck on. Nowadays, just get the fuck on and protect whatever you got. Flat out.
That's all. That is exactly why I said, Bitter. I can never see myself as a person. And I'm gonna tell you, we're going back to that Boston situation just for a second. I could never see myself as a person like Ime Udoka. I could never see myself doing that at all. One, because I've already seen a scenario at my own high school where one of my coaches did the exact same fucking thing that he did. Because that wasn't the only bitch he was fucking. He was fucking all them bitches, but he got caught fucking the finance guy's wife and shit. That was the problem. But the same thing happened at my school. And you should have seen the looks on the players' faces. It was just the biggest look of disappointment and disgust to know that they had a dark-skinned assistant coach, one of the higher ups, right next to the head coach, DM senior girls at the high school and stuff, trying to proposition them for sex and shit. I'm like,
oh shit, that happened in my high school.
That's what I'm saying, but I'll never do that. Even in that position, I don't got time to have no risk like that. It takes one misstep and one slip up. This dude's never gonna get a head coaching job ever again. He's gonna be fucking coaching the CBA for the rest
or of one accusation.
Yes, off one
otherwise.
Off one accusation, but this ain't that's not the only person he fucked, that's the other problem. That's we didn't even address that. But off one accusation, this high level of an accusation is close to the owner. Yeah, you won't. Matt Barnes said it too. Matt Barnes said it. To be honest, I would take his word over any of y'all's because he should know more than anybody about somebody else about somebody fucking somebody's wife. You know about Matt Barnes, and if you bitter truth, you know about Matt Barnes.
Yeah, I know about Matt Barnes.
Shit, he'll know more than anybody about that shit because his fucking coach was fucking his wife. So if anything you know about coaches' fucking wives, it definitely would be him. I'm just saying.
You know what? Look, it is. I mean, look, that's the lifestyle. Okay, that's the lifestyle. This is why when we talk about Brittany Renner fumbling the bag, because she didn't want her husband to be a part of that lifestyle where she couldn't sell her box either. Like, you can give it away for free. You want to sleep with all these chicks who are just like me. There's a possibility I could lose my spot. But what the chick failed to understand was that, look, this guy was not going to leave you. He was serious about you because he wanted to put a ring on. Not only did he want to put a ring on your finger after getting you pregnant at 19 years old, he also was going to put you up in the house, let you have access to the garage, and give you a $60,000 a month allowance. All he wanted you to do was not be a baby mama and take care of his kid. It didn't matter where he dipped his dick as long as he took care of business. She didn't want that. Now she out here looking all crazy, $2,500 a month. And PJ found a chick who said, you know what? Fine.
Right.
I understand what you're trying to do. I'll get with your program.
Right. And she gonna get what Brittany was talking about, what she was bragging about, and what she was writing all about in her book. And now she completely goofy. Because at the end of the day, I mean, look, man, the courts are not going to continue to allow you women to over publicize your plots and your general mythology and public scripture, and then expect for you to get a multi-million-dollar child support settlement, or then expect to get extremely unfair and jaded child support verdict in your favor. Not
right. That's what it was, because she wrote that fucking book.
And that wasn't even it. All the videos too. All the videos, the Instagram live. They bring that in court too. Of course. When Bootsy just went to court, they were playing his fucking Instagram live from like a month and a half ago, talking about, oh, this is how we know you were associated with this crime. I'm like, God damn. And they did it to Young Thug too. They playing his songs and his interviews.
Right, because niggas tell on themselves.
Yeah.
You tell on yourself. You too stupid not to tell on yourself. So, I mean, it is what it is. She could have been getting ready to collect her next $60,000 this coming week. Okay. And then, because you're not going to spend $60,000 in a month. You know how hard that is. But you was a regular person who got everything you want in life to spend $60,000 in a month. What you gonna do? You already living in a mansion. You got a yacht. You got any pick of car. You know what I'm saying? The bills are paid. The bills are paid. Where are you going to spend $60,000 at over a month's time? Where are you going to go? Am I making sense here? Look, y'all are stuck like shit. But what the fuck? If I was living like that,
like honestly,
put yourself in them shoes. Your house is paid for. You got 4 or 5 of your dream cars already in the goddamn garage. You got a boat. All the bills are paid. Now every month you get a $60,000 boost on your credit card. What the fuck are you going to buy that's gonna cost you all that money?
Anything
it ain't that much eating out in the world.
Nothing that's worth any value. You know what it is? These women, they run through you'll run through $60,000 quickly if you only eat and shop at high value, high end restaurants, buying clothing and food products and bullshit like that.
You'll get sick of that within the first 2 weeks.
I know, but that's all these women eat. Even if they get sick of it, they'll eat the same shit. They'll go to the same fucking high end. What is it? What do they call it? Papados. They'll go to the same fucking Papados, order something different every night. Type shit.
And you know what I tell you? You know what I tell your ass after a month or two? I'd be like, yo, you need to hire a personal trainer. I got a personal trainer.
Yeah, and then bitch would be out of shape. But I'll tell you this, you be honest, after a month or two, you'll run through 30,000 racks going to Papados every day. I'll tell you that. That's $1,000 bill just for a plate.
God damn, what a waste of money.
Pretty much, yeah. Because this is how they get you, because they hyperinflate the prices of regular shit.
You're paying for the name. You're not paying for the meal. You're paying for the name.
Paying for the name. You're paying for the name. The same thing with the clothing and shit. When they be buying, I don't even know the brands, but you know the brands.
Tommy Hilfiger used to be the shit back when I was young. Back when I was in my 20s, niggas was running Tommy Hilfiger and Jordans.
I remember.
G and Guess, and it's like, man,
that's old. But that's old hat, if not contemporary. Now it's the new shit. It's the Birkin bags and stuff like that. You buy like 2-3 Birkin bags. That's 60,000 gone. Matter of fact, fuck that. One Birkin bag, a good Birkin bag, 60,000 gone. If you want a good Birkin bag, I'm talking like a good quality, 2 to 3 year lasting kind of bag. That's like $60,000 if you buying the brands they buy. Gucci. Go in there. The fucking bottles of perfume, bottle of perfume the size of your big toes, like $200, $300 to $50 on sale.
Let me tell you something right quick. If let's say all of a sudden I got $40 million and I decide I want to get up with a chick, if she all of a sudden trying to live the high life off of my dime, you the wrong chick for me. I need a chick who came up modest but also around money. Unless you are a chick who grew up around money, who is out here trying to make money. I give you a prime example. I would need, you know what I would need? A perfect wife for me would be like a Lois Griffin. Where does Lois, for those of you that watch Family Guy, right? It took you a minute, like Lois Griffin, like, yeah, who's her father?
Family, she's used to it. But
right.
she can work at any level. She can go down to the middle class level and be fine as long as is the only reason why Lois got mad at Peter so much because he was fucking up so much. But when he was straight, she was straight. See,
right.
He can go from any level because she grew up in it. She used to it. The problem is a lot of these women in entertainment, they come up from environments like us and they just get thrust into it and shit. So they just want to live in that because they never got to grow up in it. They never got to experience what it was like to be a kid with that much influence, that much wealth. So they want to extend their childhood. That's what it is.
They call that the new money mentality.
Extending it. It's just a way of extending your childhood, basically.
Right. New money means that you just spending your money on bullshit. Whereas old money, they're used to money. You don't waste your money on buying a room full of video, like those, you know, the old pinball arcades and whatnot, and the plug-in Miss Pac-Mans. Yeah, you don't make a room in your house for all of that stuff. You don't need that shit. You're not even going to be in there. Who is it for? You know, take that money that you're going to spend on all that old fancy gadget shit, dump that shit in a mutual fund or some stocks or start a business or something. Therefore, that money makes money for you. And if you want to get 1 or 2 games after you have tripled the money that you was going to spend on that shit, then go ahead.
Right? Why do you live in a 12 to 15 minute? Say it's this MC Hammer psychology. I got 30 million, so let me buy a $10 million mansion. Why the fuck do you have a 15-bedroom, 16-bedroom mansion when you're the only one living in the crib?
New money. That's how new money thinks.
New money. I would, bro. If I was rich, motherfuckers tell me, "Oh, you be doing the same thing." I'd be damned. You gotta be kidding me. You see all these bullshit ass movies that BET and all these other networks done put out about how these black people done fuck this money off. You gotta be kidding me, man. I'd be renting out shit, renting out properties, selling shit by the room, putting college areas and shit, and initially Walmart wholesaling the prices, and then gradually as years go on, upselling people, buying fucking apartment duplexes. Like, you got to be kidding me.
The best thing I've ever seen about black wealth was ESPN's 30 by 30 broke.
Mike Tyson's the worst one too.
It's on YouTube. You can peep it out. 30 for 30 broke. These used to be ESPN specials that they were doing years ago. And they talked to all these NFL athletes, even Bernie Kosar and all of Andre Rison. How did y'all guys go broke after you retired? Bernie Kosar said he went to go pay his cell phone bill. This when cell phones were kind of new.
Nigga.
He said he was paying for 67 cell phones. He like, what the fuck? He had all that shit cut off.
Oh, because yeah, well, that's the other end of it. Because nigga, you don't have financial education, so you get manipulated by your family. That'll happen. You get some millions, man. You'll find out who the snakes are in your family for sure. You'll definitely find out who the snakes are.
The first thing you do is you cut off family. Like, you cut off family, and if you're gonna take care of your family, that's fine. But it's like, look, this is all the money I'm gonna give to you. Don't ask me for nothing else. What you do with it is what you do with it. Just like I told people, I said, yo, when I was young, if I would have made it big, there's no fucking way I'm buying my mother a house that I know she can't afford on her own. I'll take care of her credit. I might buy my father a car, but I'm not going to buy you a house that I know you can't afford either today or 30 years from now.
Right. I buy her a small house and help her co-sign her on it, pay half of the value back that she can pay me back for.
She ain't gonna, but come on now. You know goddamn well that listen, you know goddamn well your family gonna give you heat for that. How you charging your mother? You're like, hold up. That's why I would not buy her a house.
Who got more
I would clear up her credit. Because hey, I get it. You know, you trying to raise me, you and my dad, y'all going through what y'all going through. So here, the best thing I can do is pay all of your back bills that you accumulated while I was growing up in your house. Okay, I can at least do that for you. So that way, if you want to go out and get you a new place to stay or something like that, you got the money and the credit to do it. All right. If push come to shove, if I decide I want to live in a big house, but I ain't going to be home all the time, then yeah, y'all can come and stay with me. If anything, if push come to shove, if you can't live on your own, but outside of that, no.
It's my rules. It's my house. I'm the father in this bitch. I'm the God. I'm Jesus Christ, Allah, and whoever else the fuck, Buddha. In this fucking shit, if it's my house, my rules. I'm the mother and father in this bitch.
He who pays the cost gets to be the boss.
I don't want to hear shit. Don't tell me to turn the AC down. If I want the motherfucker on 45, it's gonna be on 45. And if you can't stand that, you know what.
If I want the heat to be on tropical, it's gonna be on tropical. If the air is gonna be on Arctic, it's gonna be on Arctic.
And if I got bitches moving in and out of that motherfucker, don't say nothing. Cause you living on me.
I told that to a lot. My father one time seen it. He came to my house 7 straight days and saw 7 different women. And he was like, my God, boy, you're a hoe. I said, yep, I'm a good one. He said, well, I can't say shit. He was like, I can't say shit. It's your house.
I just looked at him and be like, well, who you think I got it from? Just chewing an imaginary stick of gum. Who you think I got it from? He await his answer.
Yeah, nigga, imagine Charles's pops just tipping his hat put his hat back on.
Oh yeah. Sometimes it's like, you know, you looking at the woodsman with the beard and the red hair, and he just it smiles and just nods his head.
Right, because I definitely don't want to hear any of that kind of stuff, and that'll definitely happen. Shit, the stuff that I heard, man, there's from my cousin, man. Like when he got on, man, like shit was different. Let me just say that shit was definitely different. Like people got differentiated for sure. Like people was not they salty, but. You know what I'm saying? People definitely got differentiated, and it happens every time, man, because it's always somebody like nobody. It's like nobody wants to just invest the $150 for the basketball training or the $150 for the coding training or $100 for the boxing training. But when I get the $1 million DAZN contract, when I'm about to fight Terrence Crawford, it's like, can I hold 30,000? And I'm just like,
you said fight, not win, right?
Oh yeah, just to fight though, not even to win, just to fight. Because you can guarantee out of the person. If you're talking boxing, you can guarantee money just to show up with your trunks on. You can get knocked out, and you can knocked out the first punch in the first round. And shit, and it's contract structure where shit, nigga, might get Amir. That's how Amir Khan got so much money. His contracts were structured to where he got $5 million guaranteed anyway. So even if this nigga Canelo knock me out, I'm paid regardless. So I could fight with my heart out. Shit, that's why he was fighting so hard towards the end of his career, because all his money was guaranteed. He did not give a damn. So when you get to that level, man, motherfuckers start talking about let me hold 30,000. I just don't understand. Like,
let me hold shit.
Like, let me hold. Like, honestly, not even loan. Like, you ain't gonna pay a nigga back. Like, nah, just let me gift me 50,000, 30,000. Like, hey, what the fuck? Just your yearly salary. You want me to just give you from my pockets your yearly salary, and to do what with? Exactly. Crickets.
That's why I say I ain't giving nobody shit. No, you're not, because put it like this: once you do it once, now you become foremost. The second you get it, you become the family lottery ticket. And once you do it, all the time.
You're paying for all the events, $1,000 events, picking up the $2,000 tab. Ain't nobody when the $2,000 tab come together for the 12-person party. Don't nobody want to put their little share in. Don't nobody even want to pay the tip. Like,
you know what they say? It's like my favorite reggae song. No, no, no. You don't love me like this anymore. Nah, I can't do it. I tell you, family be looking like the fucking fuck you out of your own damn money. Hell no. But I'm
trying to guilt shame you. Oh, he got the most money. He should do it. Why? Why should he do it? Explain to me how you gonna legitimize to me just because you're a broker and like and it's usually disrespectful coming from women, Charles, like trying to legitimize me just because
women are just disrespectful. Women are just disrespectful, period. About to shut it down. Any last words?
I said I'm done.
Yeah, that's it.
I sent that stuff though, in case y'all was wondering. I sent them the link and all that stuff.
All right.
When did he say he was gonna do that? In the morning or tonight?
I think he's doing one tonight because it's Thursday night football.
Okay, all right. Because I'll go ahead and hop on this show there.
Don't forget to share it as well, everybody. Woo! About to go to this business class. And we out.
Woo!